Walshe, who went missing New Year's Day 2023. No one has seen from her or heard from her. And the defense that Brian Walshe presented at this trial on day one, that she died accidentally. He panicked, and then he basically dismembered her and concealed her body. Will the jury buy this?
Welcome to the global phenomenon, Surviving the Survivor. Here's your host, Emmy Award-winning journalist, Joel Waldman.
What's up, STS Nation? Welcome to Surviving the Survivor. This is the global phenomenon that brings you the very best guests in all of true crime. It is day 5, and once again, we are joined by the Professor Emerita, University of Nebraska School of Law, and host of her own channel, Prof. Joe Explains. Make sure you subscribe. She's racking up those subscribers faster than, I don't know, faster than Carm curses, I guess. But we've got a live look inside the Dedham Courthouse, Norfolk County District Courthouse here in Dedham, Massachusetts. Brian Walshe, his handcuffs were removed. Yesterday, we heard from William Fastow, who is the one-time lover of Anna Walshe. They were having an affair, a little awkward on the stand yesterday. Joe Patuto, would you say to this point he's the most interesting witness that we have seen as we're waiting for day 5 testimony here to kick off?
Yeah, I think so. He was certainly the one that grabbed the attention the most, although I will say that the forensics guys interest me because I just like listening to experts in fields about which I know nothing. But he certainly was the most compelling, and also the way he looked and the way he presented himself. I think he was the most riveting on the stand. Most of the law enforcement people, with the exception of Keith, were really, very buttoned down and very, very controlled. And certainly Fastow, you could see that he looked miserable.
Yeah, and I have the attention span of a gnat. So when these digital forensic experts are up there, I don't follow them as closely as I do the more dramatic, maybe the more salacious stuff. So when the X is on the stand, I'm like, whoa, what's going on? What's he going to say? What's going to happen? And by the way, they played a voicemail from Brian Walshe, and it wasn't threatening at all. He was what he appeared to be doing was setting up a bit of an alibi, calling on January 4th over to Will Fastow and basically asking, hey, have you seen my wife, with the presumption that he is the one who took her life, meaning Brian Walshe. It was kind of a cold, calculated call, but I found that interesting. However, when we interviewed all these jurors from the Donna Adelson trial, bar none, they all said that Chris Corbett, the sergeant for the Tallahassee PD, with all the information about the digital forensics, to them was the most key witness, because he was really connecting all the, he was crossing the T's, dotting the I's, and just connecting all the dots there. So this is, again, a live look. We don't have the audio yet. They'll pump it in the minute Judge Frenier gets in there. This trial, they said, could be 2 to 3 weeks. Obviously, next week, the end of next week, would be 2 weeks. And we asked Catherine Loftus, who's a Boston-based criminal defense attorney, yesterday. She thinks probably the end of next week, we could see the tail end of this trial. I have a feeling, and this is just a gut feeling, that this is going to move much more quickly now, and we will see some kind of resolution by the end of the week, next week. Am I being too hopeful here, Joe Patuto?
No, I think you're right. And I will move more quickly, because once all the forensic information is in, they then will go to and work on the information they got through the use of the forensic. So I think that part, I think we have one more, maybe, as I understood it, forensic expert, but that's the part that really takes a long time. And they have been methodical about going through each email one by one by one. And it's like a drumbeat. I mean, I think the jury, is picking up on it. The other thought I had this morning with regard to the jury is, the evidence that we're looking at now, what he did when he was still holding on to that first story that he didn't know what happened to her and she disappeared. I think the jury is going to glom on that, to use a a verb that I'm not even sure is a verb.
Yeah.
Because they're going to notice that he was covering up, clearly covering up, once January 1 rolled around. And I don't think that's going to play well with them before we even get to the new story.
Yeah, and I mean, by all accounts, the timeline indicates she was around on the 31st. Even the ex-lover said that he heard from her on the 31st, never heard from her again. He thought that maybe she blocked him, so he even called from a landline. Lest you think we are not a global show, we go from Rio in Brazil to Huntington Beach in California. We've got all the shores covered, and if that's not enough, got the Berkshires too. It's got to be chilly up there. Yeah. Good morning, up in the Berkshires.
If I may interject, we know that she was alive at 1:30 because that's when the dinner guests left.
Yeah, 1:30 in the morning.
So he's the external source that we can tag. That's information we don't have to use Brian Walshe for.
And we're expecting to hear from this guest. Is that right?
Yes, I think I haven't seen the witness list, unfortunately, but I do think he's on the witness list.
You know, it's funny. At every trial, there's always a particular thing that people watch. During the Sarah Boone trial, for me, it was the prosecutor wore these ridiculously crazy socks every day, and I would report on it. Everybody would want to know. And now it seems to be the hair report. Brian,
jurors entering.
Walsh's hair. Jurors entering the old school Boston way here with this guy screaming in the courthouse. I kind of love it. Brian Walshe, by the way, a pretty big guy, especially relative to the guy she was having an affair with.
Yeah.
You know, if he was going to get physical against a woman, he would probably, especially someone Anna's size, you know, he would probably.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have anything to do with the Honorable Justice Diane Fernandez, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court. Draw near, give your attention, you shall be heard. Comes in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this honorable court. Please be seated. Please turn up your cell phone.
I love that. That's the old school way of announcing the court's in session.
Yeah, hear ye, hear ye. I feel like I'm back at the Revolutionary War.
I love it.
Good morning. Hope you all have a nice night. Jurors will start today with the questions that we have every morning. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case?
Yes.
Were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case?
Yes.
Were you able to comply with my order that you not access any social media or any news media?
Yes.
And do you still have open minds?
Yes.
Court today is just a half day till 1 o'clock, and then we're going to wrap it. We'll take some questions.
Again, thanks for your obedience to those rules. We're ready to begin today's work. The record should reflect that all jurors have answered yes to all the questions.
Yeah, and I'm going to do a wrap up at 2.
Thank you, Ron.
All right. Prof Joe explains 2 p.m. everybody.
You know, there was that history of him domestic abuse before they were even engaged, I think, back when.
Yeah. This is Greg Connor, the Norfolk DA. On the defense side, you've got Larry Tipton, Kelly Porges, and then the judge here is Judge Diane Frenier, who has great command of this.
Trooper, you understand you're still under oath?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please be seated.
Thank you.
This is, I believe, the digital forensics expert. We're about to find
Keith.
out.
You may proceed.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
You may.
Trooper, do you recognize that report I just handed to you?
Yes, sir.
And have you had a chance to review that report before coming in here today?
Yes.
Is that a redacted version of what's been marked for identification I with some images blurred out?
Yes.
And so that would be a collection of text messages between the number identified for Brian Walshe and the number identified for Anna as far as contacts. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What are the last 4 digits of the Brian Walshe number?
The last 4 is 8646.
And what are the last digits for Anna New?
7966.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, the redacted version of I.
Any objection?
No.
The Celebrite report between the interactions of the phone ending in 8646 to 7966 is now in evidence as Exhibit 169. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I publish 169?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been marked as 169 on the screens, please?
Tuscany, wow.
Trooper, directing your attention to the first text on the page. Which phone number is, what are the last four digits of the phone number sending this text message?
8646.
What is the body of the text?
Hello.
And what is the date and time it was delivered?
December 25th, 2022 at 11:53 a.m.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down to the next two texts?
8646 is one of Brian's phones, one of the phones he used.
Trooper, which number is sending this text?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this?
Thomas asked if you were coming today.
And what was the date and time it was delivered?
December 25th, 2022 at 11:53 a.m.
And then if you could scroll down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you.
Thomas, I think is best.
Trooper, which number sent this next text in the chain?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
I haven't heard from you at all.
And what is the date and time it was delivered?
December 25th, 2022 at 11:54 a.m.
Now, could you, Ms. Gilman, scroll down to the next text in that chain? Trooper, which number is sending this message?
The number ending in 7966.
And what is the body of this text?
My flight got canceled driving up.
And what was the date and time it was read?
December 25th, 2022 at 12:57 p.m.
Ms. Gilman, can we go to page 51? Trooper, this top text on the page, which number is sending it?
Could you scroll up a little bit?
Yep. I guess you'd have to go all the way up to 50.
7966 is honest, although I believe it's pretty clear, I think, to all of you that that's what that.
Which
phone
number is sending this text, Trooper?
The number ending in 8646.
And if we could go back down to 51. What was the time in the bottom corner of this text after it says sent?
December 30th, 2022, 6:33 p.m.
Now, Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down to the next message in the chain? Thank you. Trooper, which phone is sending this message?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
Hello, Thomas found the phone playing on William's bed. William said he forgot it was there. Ha ha ha. Okay, call anytime.
What is the date and time? Now, this doesn't say delivered, correct? Or is there a time when it was delivered?
It does not say, sir.
What is the date and time in the bottom corner of the text?
January 2nd, 2023 at 2:33 p.m.
And so, sir, if there's no delivered, what does that mean?
I don't believe it was ever delivered to the intended recipient.
But there's a date and time. Is that when the text was written?
In the bottom right,
Yes,
that's when it was sent.
that was when it was sent, because there's a status saying sent.
Correct.
Okay. Can we scroll down to the next text? Trooper, which phone number is sending this?
The number ending in 8646.
Could you read the body of this?
Hello, where are you? Please call, text, or email. Exhausting day with the boys, and we had fun. Going to bed early. Big day tomorrow for everyone. I still love you. Ha ha ha.
And what is the date and time in the bottom?
January 2nd, 2023, 7:18 p.m.
And does this note if it was delivered?
It does not.
Could we go to the next page, page 52? Which number sent this message, sir?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
Hello,
And what is the date and the time?
January 3rd, 2023 at 6:39 a.m.
Does this denote if it was delivered?
It does not.
Could we have the next text? Which number sent this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
Where are you?
And what is the date and time of this?
January 3rd, 2023, 6:39 a.m.
And this has a status of sent?
Yes.
Could we have the next message? Which number sent this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
I'm worried. Please call or email.
And what time was this sent?
January 3rd, 2023, 6:39 a.m.
Could we go to page 53? Which number sent this message, sir?
The number ending in 8646.
What is the body of this?
Where are you? I just called and it went straight to voicemail. Calling you in Viber now.
And what is the date and time this message was sent?
January 3rd, 2023, 8:30 a.m.
Can we have the next message, please? Which number sent this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this text?
I will call after I drop the boys. If I don't hear from you this morning, I'm going to report you missing.
What is the date and time this was sent?
January 3rd, 2023 at 8:32 a.m.
And going down to the next message, what number sent this message?
The number ending in 8646.
What is the body of this message?
Hello, I texted your sister and Alyssa. I am calling Jeff if I don't hear from you. Where are you?
And what is the date and time this was sent?
January 3rd, 2023, 12:16 p.m.
Going down to page 54. Sir, which phone sent this message?
The number ending in 8646.
And what does the body of it say?
Hello,
And what is the date and time it was sent?
January 3rd, 2023, 7:03 p.m.
And the next message, sir, which phone sent this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this text?
Where are you? The boys and I are worried. I'm calling work tomorrow if I don't hear from you.
And what is the date and time this was sent?
January 3rd, 2023, 7:04 p.m.
Going down to the next message. What is the phone number that sent this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of that?
Where are you?
And what is the date and time that was sent?
January 4th, 2023 at 10:14 a.m.
And can we go to page 55 for the final message? Sir, what number sent this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
I am calling Jeff now.
And what is the date and time it was sent?
January 4th, 2023, 10:15 a.m.
For the messages on January 2nd through January 4th of 2023, does any of the messages denote that they were delivered?
It does not appear that.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Cross-exam.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, you testified to what you referred to as location data, correct?
Yes.
And the location data that was retrieved by apps, various apps that are contained on the devices.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that with regards to apps being able to collect location data, that service can be turned off in those devices?
If the user decides to.
Okay. And if the user decides to turn off the location tracking aspect of any app, then that particular app just does not collect the location data, correct?
To the best of my knowledge.
Okay. So to the best of your knowledge then, if someone knew how to turn off the location data for all the apps on any device that they were using to go from point A to point B, you wouldn't have that data that you told us about yesterday.
The phone collects quite a bit of data at all times.
I thought you just answered the second to last question. To the best of my knowledge, if you turned off the apps, device would not collect location data.
Well, app-specific
Mhm.
location data. Yes.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to speak up if you don't mind.
You're asking about app-specific
Okay.
location data, correct?
All right, yes.
Okay, yes.
So are you telling this jury that if someone turned off the location tracking aspect of an app, that you would still get location data from other sources?
There's a possibility, yes.
Possibility. All right. I want to focus your attention now to Exhibit 161. That is that's the Safari search history.
Okay, yes.
When you say okay, you mean yes.
Yes.
Is that what you mean? Okay. I don't want to confuse you. If I ask a question, just tell me, ask it again, and I'll.
Yes, sir.
That's the Safari search history of the Apple iPhone 13 mini. And it ran a date range of December 25th, 2022 to January 4th of 2023. Is that right?
Correct.
And then that same exhibit, and I think it was referred to yesterday, contains what was referred to as Chapter 2. You recall that? And the Chapter 2 is the Safari web history of the same device that runs from December 31st, 2022, from 9:28 a.m. to 9:31 a.m.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And you testified yesterday that even though the data would be collected and extracted from those two sources, the search history and the web history, that the web history would generally contain additional and more detailed information?
That's correct.
And who was it that decided then to limit the web history information included in Exhibit 161 to only 1 day for just a couple of minutes?
It was a decision by the prosecution team.
Okay. And so you told us yesterday that you work for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, correct?
Yes.
So, and you told us yesterday that you're an investigator, correct?
Yes.
And so as part of your role as an investigator with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, is it fair to say that you take direction from the district attorney that's prosecuting a particular case?
More collaboration. We bring the investigative piece and they bring the legal advice and piece to the case.
Do you ever then inform the district attorney, whoever it is that you're working with on a particular case, that, for instance, web history would have additional information that might help explain entries that were found in the search history?
I present the data that is extracted from the device.
So my question was, do you ever take the time to explain to the district attorney assigned to the case you're working on with them that the web history would contain additional information in addition to the search history?
Yes.
So in any event, with regards to Exhibit 161, you were instructed or advised to only include the web history for 1 day, December 31st, and only for a few minutes.
Well, that particular searches were on Apple Maps, which were contained on Safari history, search history.
Were you instructed not to include certain information in Exhibit 161 then?
We had the date range of December 25th, 2022 through to January 4th, 2023, sorry.
And what about the web history? Were you instructed only to limit the inclusion in Exhibit 161 to that 1 day, December 31st?
We only chose to do that specific, those specific searches from 9:28 to 9:31 a.m.
Okay, I'm just going to ask, and it's probably me. I can barely hear you.
Sorry,
I'm sorry. I might be going deaf.
that's fine.
Yours, are you able to hear?
And
Right.
Apologize.
That's my concern. But you need to be able to hear him as well. I'm concerned about that.
I understand.
Attorney Timpson.
I understand.
Do my best.
Yesterday, you were asked, let me ask this. You would agree, wouldn't you, that in the search history included in Exhibit 161, that at page number 1, number 9, there are indications of a search involving Expedia and other flight-related searches?
Could you show me that, sir?
Sure. Do we have Exhibit 161?
You may.
Thank you, sir.
Breaking down the text messages here.
Or refer to you as Trooper? If you have another title, I just don't want to mistake.
No, that's fine, sir. Yeah, that's
So Trooper Keith, I want to focus your attention now to page 1 and the entry number 9. Am I correct in saying that that references search related to Expedia?
that's correct.
And that search occurred at 12:25:22 at 11:39 a.m. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And those searches related to Expedia, they continue through record number 20 at page 2. Is that correct?
Yes, it goes from Expedia to Check a Flight to Check a Flight JetBlue.
All right. So yesterday you told us and you testified to one entry having to do referring to JetBlue, correct?
Yes.
There's a number of searches in Exhibit 161, isn't there, that have to do with searches for Expedia and flight information?
Yes.
And once again, if you were to look at the Safari web history of the same device for this same information at the same time, you would find more information and put context into that search. Is that accurate?
Yes, there would be more information.
Okay. But as you sit here today and based on what is and is not included in Exhibit 161, you can't give us more context to any of those searches regarding flight information, can you?
No.
Yesterday, and I'm going to ask you to turn to page 4. Yesterday, you were asked questions about an entry on page 4, record number 42. Am I saying that right when I refer to record number 42? Do you understand what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That was a search regarding what?
Number 42. Would you like to read the date, time, or just the search term, sir?
You can read it anything you want. Yes, to make it complete.
Item 42. The search occurred on December 25th, 2022, 12:28 p.m. And the search was Xmas Day plane crash.
Okay. And those types of searches, and when I say those types, the subject matter that's contained in record number 42, it continues through record number 45 on page 4, doesn't it?
Yes.
And that is timestamp 12/31/03 at record number 49.
Correct.
Now, yesterday you were also asked about a specific reference, and once again, page 4, record number 53. And that's the record that indicates Anna Walshe found dead, correct?
Correct.
And those searches continue through 12:45:58 on page 4, don't they?
Yes.
Now, it's fair to say that once again, if you had the web history to that particular search, that would give more context into what that particular search is that you just talked about at number 54, record number 53 at page 4. It would give you more information and more context, would it not?
It would. Yes.
You have no idea, do you, as you sit here today, what the user was thinking when he or she inputted that search that you just testified to, do you?
I do not. I know the content of it. I do not know the intent of it.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact, given the fact that you're an investigator, and I presume you conducted some investigation in this case on behalf of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, are you aware of the fact that that Mrs. Anna Walshe, her flight was canceled on 12/25?
Yes.
And did you investigate the circumstances of that cancellation?
I personally did not.
Okay. So you're unaware of the snowstorm or anything like that that caused canceled flights?
I don't know the particulars around the.
All right. I want to focus your attention once again at Exhibit 161 to a number of searches that began at record number 445 at page 30.
Page 30, sir?
Page 30. And it's record number 445. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's fair to say, isn't it, that in looking at those entries starting at 445 and continuing through record number 495 on page 34, that they involve searches for what looks to be champagne or wine and varieties of champagnes and wines?
I mean, do you mind if I take a look?
I don't mind at all. No, okay.
445 through
495.
495.
I wish they'd give us dates.
Trooper Keefe cannot wait till 1 p.m. Eastern time.
Oh, I think he's doing fine.
No, he is, but he's just like, get me out of here on a Friday. Obviously, Larry Tipton here is just trying to sow some doubt into this investigation and what Trooper Keefe was really looking at with these searches. He's going to continue to hammer that.
Yeah. But he had one curious set of questions.
Yes, that appears wine and champagne.
Okay.
Through those searches.
And it's fair to say, isn't it, that you've carefully reviewed all these records, haven't you, before you testified here starting yesterday?
Yes.
And if you turn to page 62, beginning at record 924, and I'd ask you to just run through up to page 63, record number 943. Once again, a number of searches regarding champagne or wine or things like that.
And once again, I want dates.
Yes.
Okay, you agree with that, right?
Yes.
And we could continue to do this, but for instance, though all of those searches were being conducted on December 30th
Finally.
of 2022, weren't they?
The ones from line 924 through 943, yes, they were on December 30th, 2022.
And the searches between record 953 through 1016 on page 68. Do you have those in front of you?
What was the beginning item, sir?
Record number 953, page 64.
Okay.
Through record number 1016, page 68. Once again, those searches occurred on December 30th, correct?
I'm still looking, sir.
I'm sorry. You Tell me when you're ready.
Yes, sir.
And don't let me rush you.
Those comments were for the jury. I'm being a nice defense attorney.
Yeah. So what were the questions that you found curious?
I don't know that we're going to have enough time, but it was the runner questions with regard to the searches on 1314, where are you, da 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 da, and the defense lawyer said, but you don't know whether the phone was turned off
Okay.
or if it was turned off locally.
Yes, those searches occurred December 30th, 2022, between approximately 7 p.m. to around 7:15 p.m.
Right, on December 30th, correct? Yeah.
Correct.
And you're aware in the investigation of this case that Mrs. Anna Walsh had planned a New Year's Eve party to be conducted in the Cohasset home on New Year's Eve, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware that, or maybe you're not, but there are additional searches throughout this as you continue to go down these searches that, once again, someone is shopping for expensive champagne, shopping for champagne or items like that, all in the same time period, correct?
Yes.
Now, yesterday, you were asked specifically by the government to testify to an entry number, record number 1069 at page 72. Can you find that? It's at 8:38 p.m. on 12/30/2022. Record number 1069 at page 72. Yes. And you testified yesterday, and you were asked what that search was, and you stated to the jury, I'm good. Correct?
Yes.
And you didn't give any other context to that, correct?
Correct.
As an investigator in this case, you are aware of the fact that there is a movie named I'm Good, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're also aware of the fact that if you were to look at the search web history related to that search, that it would further explain and give context to that search and that I'm Good is a movie. Is that fair to say?
I would have to see the web history itself, sir.
Okay. So you would agree, wouldn't you, Trooper, that that search that you were asked specifically about yesterday, I'm Good, at record 1069 at 8:38, that search regarding a movie occurred in between all this shopping, all these searches going on, having to do with champagne and wine and everything else, correct?
This occurred after the ones you had me read prior. I would have to look if there were searches containing wine and champagne after, sir.
Well, let me focus your attention then, and that's a certainly fair and accurate response. Why don't you look at page 72, the same page, and record number 1078. Have you had a chance?
Yes, sir.
And once again, that's champagne-related searches.
Yes.
So it's fair to say, isn't it, Trooper, that when you were asked yesterday on direct examination and to specifically refer to that one search at number 1069, I'm Good, there's certainly nothing nefarious about someone conducting a search for a movie entitled I'm Good, correct?
Again, sir, I only know the context of this. I don't know the content or the content. I don't know the intent behind it.
You would agree that these records that you have in Exhibit 161, if you know, they have multiple searches related to movies and movie titles, correct?
I just know the I'm Good one that you referenced, sir.
Okay, well, let me just briefly point you to record number 1128 at page 75, if you can go there.
Yes, sir.
Unflappable.
Yeah, he's not. This guy is good.
Are you there?
Yes, sir.
starting there, if you could just start there, that looks like a reference to a movie or a movie clip, correct?
1128
Yes.
states tone MOV, TOE-MOV.
Do you know what that refers to?
I do not.
Okay. Just now run through the searches and up to and including number 1147, page 77. Can you do that? And as you look through those, there are multiple references to movies and movie clips, if you know.
Yes, there is, sir.
And then finally, if you can look at record number 1148 on page 77, now we start some more champagne searches. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is, sir.
So you're not, as you sit here today, you don't know who was actually searching for champagne and those related searches all during this day of December 30th.
I do not.
And you don't know who was searching for all those movies and things like that.
I do not.
And you wouldn't testify to the jury now that there's anything nefarious about someone conducting multiple searches for champagne or movie clips, is there?
Could you repeat that, sir?
There's nothing nefarious about someone searching for champagne or multiple movie clips during this period of time.
No.
And based on your investigation of the case, you did carefully look at each entry of the searches, correct?
Yes.
Now, once again, yesterday specifically, and you can turn to record number 1271, page 85, you were asked specifically yesterday by the government to look at that search. Can you look at that one again and tell us what it says?
Line 1271, dated January 2nd, 2023, 6:42 p.m. And the search states, I'm good.
So you testified to that yesterday, and you gave no context to it. But once again, it's a reference to the same I'm good that we saw had been searched for back in December 30th, correct? While someone is dumping champagne, correct?
Yes.
And as you sit here today, then, you can't tell the jury that there's anything suspicious about or nefarious, that's my word, about this search you were asked about yesterday that was conducted on January 2nd of 2023 at record number 1271.
No.
Trooper, I'd like you to look at record number 1170 at page 78.
I wish they would give a
It occurred on
description.
December 30th at 11:16:34 p.m.
$1170, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You have that?
I do.
What does that search?
Search occurred on December 30th, 2022, 11:16 p.m. and it states nightshade.
Okay. Now you're an investigator assigned to the district attorney's office, and you worked on this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is that nightshade referring to?
Would you like me to explain the searches below? I believe it's related to what you're asking.
Absolutely, if that helps.
Yes. It says nightshade noodle bar.
Mm-hmm. And those searches go through record number 1175 through page 79 regarding nightshade and noodle bar and things like that.
Yes.
So tell us, Trooper, what is nightshade or nightshade noodle bar? What is that?
I believe it's a restaurant.
Okay, and where is that restaurant located?
I am not sure. I am not sure, sir.
You're not sure. If I told you it was located right on the town line, close to the town line of Marblehead, Massachusetts and Lynn, Massachusetts, would that sound accurate to you?
I would have to search it.
Okay, so you haven't searched it.
No.
In the context of this case, you have, as you sit here today, you have no idea of then the context of that search regarding Nightshade, do you?
It appears to be a restaurant, sir. That's
All right.
all I can say.
And are you aware of the fact that in your investigation of the case that Mr. Walsh actually made a reservation for a New Year's Day dinner at the Nightshade restaurant for himself and Miss Anna Walsh for New Year's Day?
I was not aware of that.
I would ask at this time to have, for ideal. Sure.
Anybody want to show it to me?
I would love to have dinner with her, go out to a bar. She's really,
Yeah, she seems fun.
yeah. So what I was saying about those questions that he asked about that series of emails after we no longer know what, or he claimed he no longer knew what happened to his wife. The defense questions were curious to me because they were focused on, well, you don't know how that cell phone turned off, who did it, you know, suggesting that she might have done it. What's curious is they've already agreed that she died. And so that it doesn't, that's why I've had so much trouble with this defense.
Yeah.
Those questions don't relate to the defense they claim they're making.
That's a great point. So what's happening there? Are they forgetting their defense?
I think in part it's just, let me throw things up and see if I can confuse the jury enough that they lose track of the case. But one of the people in the chat.
Thank you.
What can the Commonwealth come back with? I mean, are they allowed to ask that?
Leave this here.
Sure, if they want to. I don't know that it's worth it. He can do it in closing argument.
Now marked for ID is Exhibit J. Have you ever seen that before in your examination of the iPhone? The iPhone version?
I reviewed the messages. I don't specifically recall this one.
You would agree, wouldn't you, that that message indicates in its context that it's a reservation at the Nightshade restaurant?
Yes, sir.
And what is the phone number that it was created from?
The phone number ending in 8646.
I apologize. Did you tell us that you had or may have seen it? You just don't recall as you sit here?
Yes, I reviewed the text through the past few years. I probably have seen it in the past, but I don't recall it.
At this time, I move to have that text put in there.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
The text message that's previously been marked for identification as J is now in evidence as Exhibit 170. Thank you.
So is it accurate to say then, Trooper Keefe, that with regards at least to this particular text and the information that it contains, that to the best of your knowledge, nobody from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, such as yourself, as an investigator, went up and talked to anybody at Nightshade or tried to get records of any reservation that had in fact been made on 12/30 for a dinner date?
I did not, sir.
Okay. Trooper, I'd ask you to look at Exhibit 161 at record number 1250 at page 84. It's a search conducted at 12/31/22 at 10:26:16 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you will, sir, follow that search up to and including record number 1270 through page 85. That ends at 6:42:54 p.m.
You know, it's not helpful for the jury
What was
for
the
him,
ending line, sir?
Record number 1270
1270, okay.
for him not
at
to
page
know
85.
more clearly, because they're having the same trouble.
Yeah.
They don't have these documents in front of them.
This is why I do not like the digital forensics guys.
It's not the digital forensics guy, it's the defense lawyer.
Yeah, I know, but
These searches appear to be
yeah,
kids' play places.
gets confusing.
How to file for a charity. Can you donate your lottery winnings? How to file a 501c3 for a church.
It's fair to say that those searches involve queries about charities and how to file charities related to a church or things like that based on the search queries, correct?
Yes.
And do you know what a 501c3 is?
I believe it's a nonprofit charity or organization.
Did you or anyone from the Norfolk County DA's office, to the best of your knowledge, investigate what that charity search involved?
I did not, sir.
And that charity search was conducted on December 31st, New Year's Eve, at 10:26:16 a.m. That's the search at record 1250, page 84, correct?
$12.50, sir.
Yes.
$12.50 is, can you donate your auto winning tax free?
Okay, I'm sorry. It doesn't specifically include the word charity.
It does not.
Thank you for correcting me. As you go down to the next searches, 1252 on, it specifically starts talking about charities and 501c3s.
1256 begins the searches for filing a charity.
Thank you for correcting me. No one went and tried to find out what that was about.
I did not, sir.
Okay. Yesterday, you were asked specifically, sir, to tell the jury what was a search at record number 193, page 14. Can you turn to that? It's page 14, number 193. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
And you were specifically asked what that search was about, and you told the jury it was about Autobahn, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked nothing else about any of the related searches that go through record number 198 regarding Autobahn, correct?
Correct.
And some of those searches specifically state Autobahn USA, correct?
Yes.
What is Autobahn USA?
I believe it's a car website or
Okay,
vehicles, motor vehicles.
okay. And are you aware, based on your investigation of this case, that, and based on the content of the text messages between Anna Walsh and Brian, that Anna Walsh had asked Brian Walsh to buy her a Porsche?
Yes.
And are you aware of the fact that they talked about him buying her a Porsche in the text messages?
Yes.
And are you aware of the fact that he sent her pictures of a Porsche? In fact, two Porsches that were for sale?
Yes.
Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And are you aware of the fact that that took place on December 25th of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever go out in the context of the investigation of this case and talk to anybody at Audubon to see if Mr. Walsh had appeared and was talking about buying a Porsche for Anna Walsh around Christmas time of 2022?
I did not, sir.
Okay. So I want to focus your attention to record number 418, page 29. And that is a search that was conducted on December 27th of 2022 at 6:17:23 a.m. Am I right about that?
Yes.
And the related searches to that, they go through record number 438, correct?
Correct.
Those searches are related to a Verizon store, correct?
Yes.
And they're actually location searches in some instances of a Verizon store, correct?
Yes.
And it's a Verizon store located in DC, correct?
That is correct.
It's not a Verizon store located in or around the Cohasset area, is it?
No.
And are you aware of the fact, Trooper Keith, that on or around December 27th, contained in the text messages that have now been introduced into evidence, that Ms. Walsh stated to Mr. Walsh that her phone wasn't working properly at the same time at 12:27.
Yes, I do recall those.
And that she told him words to the effect of it just literally stopped working, or words to that effect.
There was something to that effect, yes.
And he texted her back and said words to the effect of, "Do you want me to get you a new phone, or do you need a new phone?" Correct?
I believe it was something like that, sir.
And then in the early morning hours of December 28th, Mr. Walsh sent her information about, well, here's a Verizon store in DC that you might go to if you need help.
Yes.
And she responded then. You remember that?
I remember the messages about the Verizon store.
Yesterday, specifically on direct examination, you were asked about a search conducted at record number 1368, page 92. And that search was conducted on January 4th of 2023.
Sorry, sir. What was the line again? I just got to the page.
I'm sorry. Record number 1368, page 92.
Okay.
You were asked about that yesterday.
Yes, I was.
And you told this jury it was about the Mazda building.
The crossing building.
Oh, the crossing building.
Yes.
But you weren't asked for the context or anything of the sort. You just simply told the jury what the search query was, correct?
That's correct.
I want to ask you now to go back to record number 804 at page 54. Are you there, sir?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that beginning at 804, page 54, on December 29th of 2022 at 9:13:47 p.m., that those searches are related to the Mazda building also?
Yes, sir.
And those searches go through record number 825 at page 55.
Yes, the Mazda building, crossing building. Correct.
So yesterday, you weren't asked about those searches that go back to December 29th. You were only asked about the search on January 4th. Is that correct?
No, I believe I was asked about those searches prior to.
All right, fine. Then I'm
Yes.
wrong. You know what the Mazda building is?
It's building in DC, I believe, near where Anna Walsh works.
What about the crossing?
I don't know the specifics, just building in DC.
As an investigator in this case, and since you were asked specifically by the government yesterday to tell the jury about those searches, you went and investigated, didn't you? What had been occurring at the Mazda building, Tishman Spire, regarding their management of the Mazda building and that area?
I don't know the specifics, sir.
Are you unaware of the fact, Trooper, as an investigator connected to this case, that there was a Legionnaire disease outbreak in October of 2022 of those properties that were managed by Tishman Spire?
I was not aware of that.
Are you aware of any letter that's contained, or let's strike that, that's not fair. Are you aware of any letter that was issued by the DC Department of Public Health specifically to Ann Walsh in her capacity as Regional General Manager regarding that Legionnaire disease outbreak?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you investigate and ask anybody at Tishman Meyer about anything occurring in October regarding the building that they were managing, specifically that Anna Walsh was managing?
Objection.
Let's see at the side of the bench.
This whole line of questions, he's obviously trying to suggest the Commonwealth didn't do an adequate investigation, but many of them are questions to him that he would not have done. He's the forensics guy. He wouldn't go out and follow up on any of these investigations. If it was going to be done, it would be some other investigator in the office, not this guy. And I would have, if I were the prosecutor, I would have objected along the line and said that. The prosecutor would likely have been overruled. The judge would have said, well, he can answer if he knows. But at least then the prosecutor would have gotten to the jury that point while this was going on.
So the obvious question is, why is he not objecting, do you think?
I think he's just, they're getting along pretty well. It is probably, I said what the answer to it would be the judge saying he can answer if he knows.
Mhm.
And so he's not trying through as an objection to make that point. So maybe you could say he's a better prosecutor than I would be, because I would make this point somewhere in here just once, but I would do it.
And this guy, his name is Trooper Connor Keefe, great Boston name. And he is, you said, unflappable. He just seems very comfortable up there, just kind of rolling with what he's being asked.
And that's the other thing. If I were advising him, I would advise him to say each time, no, I didn't, to say that's not part of my job responsibility. That would be the other way, and that would be an appropriate way to get that in.
Actually, that's a great point.
Yeah.
And then the other thing you're saying is that they're going through issues after Brian Walsh's defense has already basically conceded she was dead. So that
that other series of questions clearly wasn't. So I don't understand why they're doing it. The phone, there might have been other reasons why the phone was off, but we know she was dead. And so it doesn't matter. The reason the phone was off was because she was dead. So those questions I did not understand. There were people in the chat that made a point over and over again, and I thought that was right. And I noted one down. It was Maureen Conroy that said, the fact that there are all these normal texts out there doesn't cancel out the bad ones. And that's true. And that's what the prosecutor will say in closing. I mean, the defense lawyer is trying to say he's doing all these other things, but that doesn't negate the ones that look incriminating.
Correct. Ain't no hollow back girl with a profound comment here. Anna died of divorce. That's pretty deep. Sadly, a lot of women and some men are dying of the same thing. It's probably what it comes down to. So, this is, again, when I interviewed the jurors from the most recent Adelson trial, they all said that the digital forensic experts were very important to their decision making. So this
Right.
guy is going to factor in.
He's been great.
Yeah.
He's been great because several times he caught the defense lawyer in a misstatement. It wasn't an intentional misstatement, but a misstatement. And he's corrected him each time, which also has to have an impact on the jury.
Mm. We've got Australia in the house here. I love her comment because it's kind of funny. Hey, Prof Joe, tuning in from Canberra, Australia. No idea where that is, but it's got to be somewhere. Cool.
It's a great name.
Yeah.
Canberra.
Love that you've got your own channel. Still loving STS Joel, which is
So
sweet.
we both can say thank you.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
you know,
I wanted to say, Joel, a thank you actually to Primetime KCL. She had organized all those phone calls and the chronology of them and sent something to both Joel and me, which I found really helpful when I went through it. And it was really very, very nice of her to do it.
She is top notch. I love that expression. Yeah, she follows, a lot of cases, and she really, really follows them. So shout out to Primetime KCL out in Salt Lake City, Utah, I believe.
Right. The other thing I would say is I am grateful to the defense because there were points in those messages. I'm good. The references to the buildings. There were a couple of others, and I had no idea what they were about. And so I was curious. It didn't matter that I was curious, but I thought it was kind of nice that now my curiosity has been taken care of. That doesn't move the defense case at all, and it doesn't hurt the prosecution case at all. But there's one happy camper about it because now I understand what those messages meant.
Joe, now that we're having a nice, relaxed Friday conversation, what are the chances we're going to get you to come out to cover a trial with me somewhere? Maybe like Corey Richens. You want to?
Yeah, I would love to do it, but if I can't, I can't comment on it if I'm watching in the courtroom, and I like to do that too. But I would love to see one, so I could watch the jurors and everything else. It would be a lot of fun.
When's the last time you were at a trial?
Oh, a long time ago. Of course, when I was doing trials, I was at trials. And when I used to, in the summers when I was teaching, get sworn in as a prosecutor and play in the summer. So I worked, I didn't do a trial. Actually, I did do one trial when I was playing, in the summers as a prosecutor, but I would go back and sit in on trials then. But that's a while ago. And I like watching trials. I think it's really interesting.
Did you go to law school at Nebraska?
No, I never went. Well, I was never out of New Jersey going west, except for maybe Philadelphia, until I took that job at Nebraska.
Oh, wow.
I'm New Jersey born and bred, and in all the years I taught at Nebraska, I still considered myself a New Jersey resident. So I like Nebraska. That's certainly not a criticism of Nebraska, but I'm New Jersey.
Listen.
In fact, when I accepted the job at Nebraska, I had no idea where Nebraska was. I mean, I knew it was west of New Jersey. I would have put it much closer to the West Coast. And I drove out with my mother and was fascinated that Chicago was, where Chicago was. Did you know that Indiana is east of Chicago? I mean, that whole drive was just a revelation to me.
Once you're from Jersey, you're always from Jersey. Well, I'm actually going back to speak at my high school, which is Highland Park High School in New Jersey. Oh, that's
great.
Yeah.
When are you doing that?
Carmen and I are going to do it for Holocaust Remembrance Day in April. And I was just
if I'm not in Italy, then I'll come listen.
Yeah,
they'll come in.
They'll let you in. But the weirdest thing about that conversation, the principal is a fan of STS.
That's not weird. That's smart.
Yeah, it was kind of wild. All right, for those who are maybe just joining in, testimony has been going for an hour and roughly 10 minutes, and you've got Trooper Connor Keefe from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. He's an investigator for them, a homicide investigator dealing in digital.
Based on your review, Trooper Keefe, of the contents on the iPhone that is the subject of Exhibit 161, it's fair to say that in the searches running from the date of December 25th of 2022 up and including the end of December 31st of 2022, you saw no evidence of searches in the Safari search history regarding any searches for things like tools or searches suggesting how to dispose of a body or anything like that, correct?
I did not see any of those December 25th to the 29th.
Okay, and it's fair to say that based on your review of the search queries that were made and are contained in Exhibit 161, what you see for the search queries, it's fair to characterize them as there's multiple searches for various actors and actresses and music and movies, piano lessons, kinder care, and even a dog barking toy. Do you recall those?
I do, sir, yes.
And you were asked something about yesterday, and I'm sorry I don't have the citation, and that's my fault, but do you remember telling this jury about a search that involved something called My Exes?
Yes.
Then the search right below it, I think, if you recall, and I once again apologize I don't have the citation, but I think you were asked on direct that it also had something like a reference to a song, correct?
Yes.
But you weren't asked to give context to that at all. You just told the jury what the search was, correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree with me, wouldn't you, sir, that once again, there's just nothing nefarious about someone searching for what turns out to be a country western song, correct?
Correct.
Trooper Keith, you in the past applied for search warrants, haven't you?
I have, sir.
And you know what the procedure is, correct?
Yes.
And you understand that, are you familiar with the phrase probable cause?
I am, sir.
And can you just explain briefly what probable cause means in the context of getting a search warrant?
Objection.
Overruled.
The facts and information pertaining to your investigation in order to charge a crime, more or less. More likely than not that this crime had occurred.
And it's fair to say that once you start an investigation, your experience tells you that you might get a search warrant that covers a particular time period. And if you get information, either based on the content of what you discovered pursuant to the search warrant or your continued investigation, you can return to a court and apply for an additional search warrant, can't you?
It depends what the search warrant is for, what the search warrant is for.
In a case where you're investigating what happened, such as this, what happened to Anna Walshe, wouldn't it be important to you to look back beyond 12/25 of 2022 to see if there was any evidence in the iPhone Mini or the iPhone SE or the iPad or the MacBook to see if there were any other entries that indicated that the person using those devices had planned to do any harm to Anna Walshe?
At the time, we do not have probable cause to expand that search warrant, sir.
Well, you certainly had, at the time, I'm sorry.
During that investigation.
You have to speak up a little bit.
Sorry. Could you repeat the question again?
Sorry.
Yeah, it was.
You would agree.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll see you both at the side of the bench.
The officer is now amused by this line of questioning, and I think he thinks he's doing really well, and I think he's doing really well too. So,
Yeah, it's interesting when attorneys try to attorney too hard. I think it backfires.
yeah.
Judy here wants to know how you think he did with the answer on probable cause.
Well, he he just said there was none, and the defense lawyers seem to be pivoting off of it, so probably okay. I mean, the point is, first of all, no one can do an investigation that covers every little facet. You can't. We live in a world bound by finites. And secondly, the probable cause, you can't just say, gee, in the last 2 years, there might be some evidence of something. That's not probable cause. So I think the fact that he referenced probable cause was really very good.
Yeah. Pete here saying very weak questioning. I mean, maybe it's because he just doesn't have much to work with. So he's just, I don't know.
I agree, but he did have one line of questioning where I thought he was making a point, maybe a mild point, but a point. And that was he was giving context to those 2 text messages on Christmas Day on 12/25 that were incriminating in some way. Anna Walshe, dead, and the other one plane crash. And he gave some good context there to that. But he's also doing this shotgun approach, trying to suggest the investigation wasn't good and there might be other evidence that they've done it better. And I'm not sure this part of it is particularly helpful. And I think he might have wanted to focus more or make that other point, make it clearly and be able to use it in closing. But, and some of what he's doing, I know what he's suggesting. Look, Walshe made those New Year's Day dinner reservations, et cetera, et cetera. What the prosecutor will come back and say is, we're not claiming that Walshe 2 months before, or maybe even on the 30th, had formed the decision to kill her. He was getting all this information. She has this affair. She's thinking of divorce, but he hadn't reached that point. And then something on New Year's Eve put him over the top. It may have been her texting through dinner. It may have been the text that he got to read, and the intent and the premeditation was formed afterwards. So that's what I think the prosecutor is going to say in response.
Look at this, not on the witness list, a few minutes behind, but I live in Nebraska. It's a great place. I bet you it is.
It is a great place.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Great people. I loved it.
Yeah.
But, 2 things can be true at the same time. I love Nebraska, but I was always a citizen resident of New Jersey.
Can never take you can leave Jersey, but you can never take the Jersey out of the person. That's for sure.
Especially when you come from an Italian family where people don't typically go other places.
Yeah. Yeah. This is an interesting point from Pelly Jelly Mom. I like the name. Instead of trying to get him off, maybe they just want to plea him down to some crime of passion, a lesser charge. I sat on a jury where they tried that. It didn't work, but they tried. Is that, I don't know, is that a possible tactic here? No.
I'm sure it would be, but the Commonwealth wasn't going for it. They could have done that before this trial started. I don't think the prosecutor ever was willing to consider a plea. They were going after murder 1, and they thought they had enough evidence, and they were going to go to trial on it. And I think they thought at worst, with the evidence they had, it might be a hung jury, and then they could worry about maybe pleadings to something else after. But I think they're right. I think they're going to get a conviction on murder 1.
And it's amazing it hasn't happened yet, but it appears that the pool cam is having a little bit of an issue at the moment, which is why you're not seeing the courtroom shot. And apparently that's happening with everyone who's running the trial right now. So I know Spacey's working on it behind the scenes, as is the COE, and we should get it back momentarily. I would like to say that I have just oodles and oodles and oodles to discuss beyond that, but I'd be lying.
Well, I have something to raise. I talked about it a little, and let me talk about it a little more. This reference to these numbers, page whatever, to this page, that the people in the chat are having trouble with and that I'm having trouble with, is just a demonstration that when you're doing a trial, you have to think about what the jury can see and know. They'll have the documents that he's talking about when they're given the case, when they start to deliberate, but they don't have them sitting on their laps now, at least not that I know of. And therefore, these references are as difficult for them to keep track of as it is for us to keep track of. And it wouldn't be very hard for the defense lawyer, if he's doing this, to be sure to give the context of the page number and the particular date that he's talking about. Now, he does it at the back end, but the problem is at the back end, I've already struggled at the front end to know what you're talking about. Better to tell me at the front end so I have a better way of thinking about it. And I will say, Joel, although you said it was professor talking when I talked about appeals, for an appellate lawyer to have to go through this when there's no reference and then have to go back to figure out what the exhibit is a lot of extra work.
We brought up something on the show last night. We've been doing these wrap-up shows. I'm curious I always like to hear from STS Nation. Let me know. Do you think that, so there's apparently 9 women and 7 men, 16 people on the jury, 4 will be alternates. Who do you think is going to be tougher on Brian Walshe, everybody? The men or the women? I think the men are actually going to be tougher. The implication last night, or the thought was that maybe the women are going to be tougher. But what do you guys think? I think the guys are going to see him as a total putz.
Yeah.
They're not going to.
I didn't weigh in last night, but I don't think this is a gender question. I think the evidence is such that it doesn't matter whether you're male or female, you're going to be horrified at him.
Yeah, I think that's a good point too. It is just so, just to step back for a minute, right? Where we always cover these trials, and I don't know, things become matter of fact. He chopped up his wife. But when you really step back, I mean, look at this guy. This is a guy that you could just see anywhere, and you assume he's, I don't know, put together. I don't know. He appears like, he comes from a well-to-do family, and then here's a guy that's accused of literally murdering his wife in the most horrific way possible. And he's just sitting there like he's in the park, waiting for a friend. Like, he has no emotion. It is just eerie that these people all live amongst us. As a matter of fact, there's another story, and I just reached out to our good friend Scott Duffy from the FBI. And I'm like, my kids and my family, do we just all live among weird predators in every community? And he said, yes.
Yeah, of course, yes.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. But this guy, none of them, when you sort of pull the curtain, have lives from which there is nothing going on. I mean, this guy tried to commit the art fraud in his past. There's at least one episode when Anna and he were dating where she filed a report of abuse and then pulled it back and then married him anyway. His father disinherited him. And I just went to try to find the quote. His father said he was disinheriting him because his son did not have common sense and did not act with propriety.
That's interesting. It's, not to stereotype here, because it can go both ways, but at least in my family, my mother's going to give me a lot. My dad was a softie though, but I was going to say, the mom is usually, the maternal instinct is going to be easier on the child than maybe the father. The father here was a neurosurgeon. I just feel like, I don't know, sometimes it's easier for the father to cut the child out than the mother. And here, right into this question from, again, Ain't No Hollow Batgirl comes out of nowhere with all these questions. I never heard of Ain't No Hollow Batgirl till a couple of weeks ago. But why is nothing being said about the dumpsters being at the mother's apartment complex? And he knew incineration, something pickup schedule. The mother has some knowledge. There's a lot of talk about what did the mother know? What did she not know? She had this private investigator. I'm not sure if that private investigator is getting called, but is that, Joe, is that too much of sort of a sideshow distraction, and that's why they're just completely kind of
well, the part about why is nothing being said, this witness can't talk about the incinerator pickup schedule. That's not part of what he did. So it may well be that some of that will come in, and I suspect, I'm guessing that the incinerator pickup schedule will come in because that may explain why there's never been any part of a body found, but it can't come in through this witness because this witness is not in a position to testify to it. With regard to the investigator, I wish I had the witness list, and I don't know if he's on a witness list. He may be, and the prosecutor may think that he can connect that investigator with other information that Brian Walshe knew that his mother had paid for it. The investigator, I do not think can come in if there's no way to connect that Brian Walshe might have known, because then it's a, it's a fact out there that relates to the mother, but it can't relate to his motivation or his intent or anything else if he had no idea that his mother had done it.
Is Brian's father going to testify? No, because he's no longer with us. But it was, maybe it would have happened if he was there. He passed away a few years ago. He was a neurosurgeon, I guess, somewhat prominent in the Cohasset area. What happens to jewelry on the remains in the incinerator? I have no idea, but I'm curious where that very large 4-carat engagement diamond is.
And I agree with you, because the prosecutor made a point of having the law enforcement officer on the stand when they showed that picture point out that there was that engagement ring on her finger. And part of that necklace, I think, was found in one of the dumpsters, but there's been no information about where that diamond ring is.
This question here, I think I think Sanders means like not were they sleeping together in a sexual sense, but were they actually sleeping in the same room? Is there any evidence that Brian and Anna were still sleeping together? Brian said she was dead in bed, but given what was going on, I'm wondering, no one asked the boyfriend if he knew.
Well, but the boyfriend did testify that she loved Brian. She did not want him to know that she was having an affair. I mean, the kinds of things the boyfriend testified to would suggest that she was still acting as a wife to him when she was in Massachusetts with him. So there's no proof of that, but certainly if they were not sleeping together or even in the same room, well, if we knew that, that would certainly be another reason for believing that Brian Walshe knew something was going on.
Yeah. Look at this. STS Nation always comes through. Best guess, better community. Diamonds burn up at 1800 degrees. Who knew? And gold will just be a ball of metal. You can melt the gold down, though. By the way, gold's like
you can, and if you're looking for, every penny, it's hard for me to believe he wouldn't have taken that diamond ring and squirreled it away to sell later.
Yeah. Joe, do you have a guess as to when the babysitter is going to testify? I cannot wait for that. I was a nanny for years. It's a job where you become part of the family and are aware of so much.
Yeah, I don't. I don't know what the order is. The only thing I will say that I know about the order of witnesses is that on the defense side, usually the defendant testifies last. And that's partly so he can hear everything that everybody else said. And then if he's going to lie on the stand, he can conform his testimony to what the other evidence sounds like.
By the way, I've told this story before, but it is fitting to tell it again very quickly. Kim staying tuned. Her searches for pricing for 4-carat rings. On our honeymoon, best trip of my life, we went to Africa, East Africa, Rwanda and Tanzania. I'm a huge animal lover, and there you can see gorillas in the wild. In Rwanda and Tanzania, you can see the Serengeti, the safari. And when we were in Rwanda, we had like a cab driver, and he did not understand the concept of an American engagement ring. In Rwanda, you get a goat. You get a goat for milk and food.
A lot of evidentiary issues.
And when we got back, I returned the ring, and we now have 19 goats at the Waldman home in the backyard. They have procreated. We have a lot of milk now.
Well, it's also interesting if he's searching for 4-carat diamond rings and Porsches, he doesn't have any money, so he would be buying them for her with her money.
Yeah, exactly. And a few people in the chat said they think it might be CZs. ACZ.
Who was the Mass State Police officer designated as, quote, the case officer in the investigation of this case on or around January 8th of 2023?
That would be Trooper Michael Proctor.
And case officer me in that context.
You manage the case. So you're the lead case officer. You delegate tasks and things that need to be done throughout the course of the investigation.
So you manage the case and you oversee the investigation.
Yes, I-
Those are your words, right?
Yes.
And it was Michael Prof.
Yes.
And it is fair to say, it's accurate, that you in fact you signed off on and applied for some search warrants in this case.
Yes, I did.
And you were the trooper in charge, being a forensic digital specialist, to analyze the data on the iPhone mini, correct?
The iPhone 13 mini, yes.
But you yourself then iPhone 13 mini.
I did not.
Trooper Keefe, yesterday, you were asked to show what was referred to as a PowerPoint presentation, correct?
Yes.
And in that PowerPoint presentation, what you did was you compiled, with the use of the Lexis software, you compiled a bunch of data points and believe that you were able then to explain the certain locations of those two phones, the iPhone SE and the iPhone mini, over a period of time relevant to the investigation of the case, correct?
That's correct.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the reasons you compiled that PowerPoint presentation, I call it a presentation, but you compiled a PowerPoint, was to try to assimilate and get a lot of information together so you'd have context for the information, correct?
Within that GPS data set, there's thousands of points. So this is just one specific point within that data set for those two different devices.
So when I use the phrase to give context, in other words, once you start using that location data, and based on your review of the digital data, then you can make further conclusions about what a particular data point means when it shows up on the location data, right?
Unsure of the question, sir.
Well, and it was a terrible question, so let me try it this way. You know, if you just look at those data points individually without any context, you don't know what data point came before it, you don't know what data point came behind it. All you have is a bunch of individual data points that really don't tell you much of anything. Correct?
No.
Well, I'm not correct.
No.
Once you put together all those single independent data points, you begin to better understand what the location data is telling you.
Once they are uploaded using the mapping software, it's an interactive map, and you can look at the thousands of data points day by day, times, specific dates, times, and they'll map out specific dates, times of the events of the location.
So it helps you better understand what the events were over a period of time.
Yes.
So did you ever put together in the investigation of this case the information that was taken out of the iPhone 13 mini? And did you ever take it and put it in some format where you compared it to the other digital data, for instance, that was taken off the MacBook Gray, device number 3?
You'll have to specify data. I don't know what data you're talking about.
You should use an analogy.
Well, the data on the MacBook it included the activity that was gleaned from the MacBook beginning on or around December 25th up to and including January 1st of 2023.
Is there anything specific? There's a lot of data contained within both devices. I'm not sure what you're asking me to compare.
Well, I think you told us, Chair, yesterday that with regards to the location data, you had something like over 40,000 data points to deal with, correct?
From the iPhone 13 mini, yes.
Okay. So then you decided out of that 40,000 different data points, you decided which ones you would use to help better understand what events occurred during that relevant time period that you testified to yesterday, correct?
Yes.
So I guess my question is that, did you ever make an effort to get all the data information from the MacBook Gray searches and then compare it to the data that you took off the iPhone 13 mini and look at that data and line up and see what happened over a period of days, 12/25, 12/26, 12/27 through January 1st, according to the times of when each event happened on each one of those days between those devices?
So Trooper Nicholas Guarino did the MacBook extraction and analysis. Are you asking specifically about location data?
No, I'm talking about the data that was gleaned from the MacBook Gray and, for instance, the data that you gleaned from the iPad, from the iPhone mini.
I did not compare the two, if that's what you're asking.
Would you agree with me, Trooper Keith, that if you lined up all of the data that showed what happened on those two devices, for instance, the information, the activity on the MacBook, and you combined it with the activity on the iPad, on the iPhone mini, I apologize, the iPhone mini 13, that you would have a better understanding of exactly what was going on during the day of, for instance, 12/25/22 and 12/26/22, that would help you better understand the context of the information.
Objection.
Harold.
They're two different devices. They'll be used at two different times.
Well, you used two different devices, used at two different times to compile your location data, didn't you?
Yes, for different days throughout that time frame.
Right. So it's not, the issue isn't two different devices, is it? It's the fact that you have two different devices operating on the same day. You actually can combine all the activity that happened on device A and with the activity that happened on device B and have a better understanding of what was going on.
I did not compare the two devices, sir.
So
I hate to do this, Judge.
Yes,
Can we come to sidebar?
you may.
Another sidebar. He wants to ask a question and he doesn't know if he can. The reference to Trooper Proctor, I'm pretty sure from that sidebar that what she said to the defense was you're entitled to mention his name and ask what his relationship was to the investigation, and that's it. You're not entitled to go any farther. You're not entitled to ask any other questions.
Yeah, I mean, because there was really there's no context and there's no
Yeah.
guarantee at all that these jurors have any idea who he even is, right?
Well, many of them probably do, but she allowed him to ask the question, who was the lead investigator, but not to pursue it. Which by the way, may be why the prosecutor did not object to some of the questions to this witness who couldn't answer them, because if he had objected saying this witness would not know, the response might have been, well, the chief investigator would have known, and why isn't he here, or something like that.
What's your guess? Do you think we get another witness today, or is this just going to go for a while here? I mean, it's 10:40. Usually there's a break at 11. They take a long break, by the way. It's like 20 to 30 minutes. And then
30, she said. My guess is they'll get another witness in because this judge doesn't mind stopping testimony when the clock hits 11 or the clock hits 1 in the middle of testimony. So that being the case, I think she may ask the prosecutor how long he expects a particular witness to go, because she may not want the testimony to be broken up and then you have the whole weekend. But I think if the prosecutor has a witness that they think can get the full information in and cross, they're going to go. I don't think there's any question. She makes pretty good time of the time that she's allocated to this trial.
Yeah.
It's just a short day.
Libby asking if these are public defenders. These are private attorneys who are on a quote unquote like murder list to defend. They're I mean, how do you describe that, Joe? I mean, they act as public defenders, but they're private attorneys.
Yeah, they get paid by the Commonwealth. So they're not engaged by Brian Walshe directly, and he's not paying them. But they're on a list where they say they're willing to take on these cases, and they know they're going to get less money for them than they would if they were doing, representation of private defendants that they were being engaged by directly with the private defendant or the person on trial. A lot of states have this because otherwise you'd have to have a much larger sitting PD staff. So they do it for conflicts. And when the PD's office might be overwhelmed, they have to go outside to find other lawyers.
Thank you to Elena Bonilla Abad in the chat often. I like the use of the word indefatigable right there.
Indefatigable?
Indefatigable. Indefatigable, yes.
I know the pronunciation because my 6th grade teacher accused me of it because I chatted in class all the time. He, in fact, moved me so I was in the corner near the window and there was no one sitting in front of me, no one to the side of me, no one catty-cornered from me, clearly no one behind me.
Oh, man. How things have changed. I'm not that old, but Mrs. Fig used to smack our knuckles with rulers. Imagine
they didn't do that to girls, just boys.
You imagine if they did that to a kid today? It'd be a $400 million lawsuit.
Yeah.
Yeah. She would bring that ruler up and she would spring it back and smack it on your knuckles if you were talking.
My 6th grade teacher, if the boys didn't come in with a tie, used to have the girls cut out crepe, construction paper in different colors, and then they would be tied as a tie, and then he'd parade them through the 5th and 6th grade classes. I bet you couldn't get away with that today either.
Was this Catholic school?
No, it was public school.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God. Imagine any kid wearing a tie to public school.
I know.
Yeah, Space Coast, don't rub it in here. Getting smacked with knuckles means you're old. Yeah. If that, you got to toughen these kids up today.
Or at least have them adhere to a standard.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. We're all set.
Welcome to Sissy K. If you guys don't mind, please hit that like and subscribe button. It helps a lot. We've got a Patreon page.
I think if I
You
could
really want to support the channel.
quickly ask that exhibit number 169 be brought up on this.
I still can't get over the ex-lovers 1, 3, 5, and 10-year plan when I've got a 1, 3, 5, and 10-minute plan.
Product is exhibit 161. You have that.
Yeah.
Now we need to call one. It was the last exhibit.
You never forget your teacher's names.
168.
It's interesting.
It's true.
Mrs. Fig with 2 G's at the end. And there's a Gilman. I think someone's a Gilman in this trial, and that Mrs. Gilman was my sister's English teacher in high school. Not the same person, same name.
And may I approach you?
You may.
Well, it's going to be hard. I'm presenting you with what's been marked Exhibit 168,
Okay.
characterized as the call log.
Yes, sir.
So just so the record's clear, 168 and 161 is before the witness right now? Okay, just want to make sure.
Correct.
160.
Yes, 161, 168.
Right.
And the text messages were introduced this morning as Exhibit 169. I'm going to ask you, Trooper, to look at Exhibit 161, page 2, record 16.
$161, page 2, record 16, sir?
Yes, Trooper.
Okay. Yes.
Have that in front of you?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that that's one of the references that you testified to yesterday, check a flight, JetBlue?
That is correct.
Now, I'm going to ask that in Exhibit 169, page 2, dated 12/25/22 at 11:54:05. The top of the page, you see that? Yes. Do you see that, Trooper?
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
At 11:54:05 a.m., the text message from number 8646 to phone number 7966, there's a message of, I haven't heard from you at all, correct?
Correct.
And then I'm going to ask that, Trooper, you look at Exhibit 161 again that you have, and look at page 2, record number 21.
Yes.
That's an entry at 12:09:24 p.m. And it is one of the searches you testified to yesterday regarding William Fastow, misspelled, William Fastow, DC Real.
Correct.
And so then you go down to, I'm going to ask you to continue to look at, now, page 3 of Exhibit 161 at record 27 at 12:09:28 p.m. Looks like 0.4 of a second. And that is a search entitled William Fastow, DC Real Estate, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And now I'm going to ask you to look at what was marked as Exhibit 161, the call log, at page 11, record 137, a search dated at timed at 12:15 p.m.
Sir, that was Exhibit 168 as the call log.
Oh, I've already messed
Exhibit
it up.
161.
I did. 168. 168.
Okay, I'm going to have to take it out of the binder here. It's stapled.
Take your time, and I apologize.
Okay, sir, could you go again with that?
Yes, absolutely. 168. At page 11, I'll call it record 137. Time stamped 12:15?
Yes, 137.
Timestamp 12:15 p.m., correct?
December 25th, 2022, 12:15 p.m. Yes.
And that, from the call log, that indicates some interaction between the two devices, and that Exhibit 168 has to do with phone ending in 8646 and phone ending in 7966, correct? Assigned to Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh, correct?
Yes.
And there is a 1 minute, 23 second call between those two phones, correct?
Yes.
We don't know the content, do we?
I do not.
Okay. And then as you continue to proceed in this relevant time period, you go to Exhibit 161 again at page 3, record 35.
Yes.
And that is a search conducted at 12:22:06 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And the search is Anna Walsh, Tishman Spear. Is that right?
Yes.
Now we get, say on Exhibit 161 for the next 5 requests, 161, page 4, record 43. Timestamp 12:28:57.
Yes.
Search Christmas Day plane crash.
That's correct.
Same exhibit 161, dated 12/25/22, same time period, page 4, record 50. I'm sorry, record. Yeah, I'm right. Record 50.
Would you like to read the content, sir?
Yes, go ahead.
Number 50, December 25th, 2022, 12:31 p.m. Jeff Chad Tishman Spire.
Right.
Cyper.
Now just keep going down. Exhibit 161, 12/25/22, page 4, record 53.
Anna Walsh found dead.
12:45:47, correct?
Yes.
And once again, I think you just told the jury, Anna Walsh found dead. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And as we continue to go down, the next is Exhibit 161, page 5, record 57, at 12:46:10 p.m.
Yes.
And it's a search for Jeff Chod, C-H-O-D.
Correct.
Now, I'm going to ask you to look at Exhibit 168 at page 11, record 132. Timestamp 12:57 p.m.
Yes.
It indicates a phone call between these two phones
Yes.
that lasted 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
Yes. It's an outgoing call from the device ending in 8646 to the number 7966 Anna New.
Okay. And you don't know what they were talking about, if they were talking at all. You just know that there was a call that lasted 4 minutes and 45 seconds between those two phones at that time.
Correct.
And then if you'll go back to, I'm sorry, if we could have page 2 on the exhibit 169 for 12:57:26. And the entry is, as seen on the screen, my flight got canceled driving up. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So just stopping there. Between 11:52, we started with 11:52, exhibit 161. We're now down at the time period of 12:57. Is it fair to say that what looks like is that Anna Walsh, at least Anna Walsh's phone, texted the phone assigned to Mr. Walsh and told and texted, my flight got canceled and I'm driving up?
Yes.
And before that, those texts that you read to the jury, where they're entered, Anna Walsh found dead, or plane crash, correct? The ones you testified to just a moment ago? Those searches, they appear to be searches to see if some harm came to Anna Walsh, correct?
Again, I can read the context. I don't know the content of the search.
But did you consider that in your investigation of the case when you looked at all this data together?
That specific search and text message?
All this data together that you just now told the jury about. Did you look at all that data together at one time, like we've just done for the jury, and created a context for all of those communications in those 3 different sources of information? Did you ever do that?
What 3? The call log, 3 sources? I'm not sure what.
Did you do it?
I've looked at all 3 of them multiple times.
Did you ever look and compare them and see that there were searches that looked like someone was concerned about harm that may have come to Anna Walsh, and then when Anna Walsh texted and said, my flight got canceled, none of those alarming texts occurred, Alan?
Objection.
As to the characterization,
Yes.
sustained.
Did you see, I understand. Did you see any other text after the 12:57 text from Anna Walsh's phone saying, my flight got canceled driving up? Did you see any text after that where there were any searches about plane crash or is Anna Walsh dead or anything like that? You didn't see anything like that, did you?
I would have to review them again, sir.
I want to ask you to look at Exhibit 168, beginning at page 11, record number 129.
Hey, Joe, real quick, I'm going to have to take a call right at the top of the hour, so I'm going to remove myself. And
What
I'll
is
be
that
back
timestamp?
after the break?
Okay.
You said 168?
Exhibit 168. I'm sorry, Trooper.
No,
168, record, I'm looking at record 129, page 11.
It would make sense for her to go a little longer and take an early lunch.
So what was the line again, sir? Sorry.
Yeah.
That's okay. It's Do you see on page 11 a call that lasted 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 33 seconds?
Yes,
An
I do.
outgoing call. Do you see that?
I do, sir.
And that is a 1 hour, 22 minutes, 33 second call. That's an outgoing call from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, correct?
Correct.
And then do you see another call on page 11 that lasted 3 hours, 2 minutes, and 37 seconds?
Shades of Charlie
Yeah.
Middleton.
On page 11, sir?
Yes.
3 hours?
Hmm?
I do
If you do not, we can say that.
not see a call.
Do you see a call that lasts 6 minutes and 5 seconds?
All
On
right,
page 11.
I'm going to be back in a little bit,
Okay.
probably after the break.
Yes, I do.
And then do you see another call that lasted 1 hour, 27 seconds and 27 seconds and 07 seconds. Do you see that? And that call originated on the phone assigned to Anna Walsh.
I'm not sure what. Can you repeat that?
Yes. Do you see a phone call that lasted 1 minute, 27 seconds?
1 hour.
On page 11, sir?
Yes.
I do not.
Then this might be a good time to stop.
Okay, take a break.
1 minute, 27 seconds.
Have a nice morning break.
All rise, please. Close your notebooks. Follow me.
Fine.
She said you just come around to get to
Yep, look at
This seems an odd time to take a break if she's planning to end at 2. I would have gone a little later and then just taken a lunch and forgotten about this break entirely. But I'm not running her courtroom. I'm just nitpicking. So I don't see any questions here. I'm looking. I wasn't looking today because yesterday I was trying to follow the chat and I missed a little of the testimony. So
I'll take advantage of this time to take a look at the search warrants.
Yes, sir. All rise.
So whatever the sidebar objection might have been, she's going to look now and see what she thinks. Louisa 3707 said Brian Walsh is having a blast. Well, he's the center of attention. And if he's convicted, it may be the last time he's the center of attention, at least in the public eye. Amber W says the questioning is annoying. She wants to pull her hair out. I hope you have a lot of hair. And it doesn't make sense to her. Well, the defense lawyer is just going through all the prosecution information on these texts and phone calls and suggesting over and over and over again. Well, we're on recess, so you can't hear me, I don't think. So I'll stop.
Hi, Joe. Just want to let you know you're still on camera.
Oh, sorry. I thought we went off because I don't see the courtroom anymore. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
All right.
I'm going to see if there are any questions here, but some people were asking, just in terms of the day, why you think she decided to take a break now and didn't just go through.
Yeah, I don't know. As I said, if I knew I was ending the day at 2, I wouldn't take a half-hour break at 11, because what is she going to do? Not have them break for lunch? It seems to me to be an odd way to do it, but I don't know. I don't know. The only thing I can say is she has a schedule and she seems just to stick to it. Anna Finelli wants to know what I think of this judge. I've said before, I think she's great. She protects the record. She knows the case. She is in control of this courtroom. I think she's just really wonderful. Do I think it will take long for the jury to make a decision? Well, I'll say if I was on this jury, it would not take me long. And I'm guessing it will not take this jury long. But we haven't seen all the evidence yet. And one should always reserve judgment until you see everything. Cooler by the lake. Any risk of boring the jury with all this digital nitpicking? Sure. But generally speaking, and you heard Joel say this, jurors tend to be absorbed in all the digital information. I think, though, the way it's coming in here, where they're using these numbers and they're not identifying names some of the time, it might be more, I'm sure it's more difficult for the jury to follow, and it maybe not bore them, but annoy them, because I think they're focused on their jobs. And I would find it annoying if I couldn't keep track of what they were talking about because the lawyers were not giving me enough information so that I could follow it clearly. Is the defense trying to say he was just worried about what happened to Anna? Yeah, and I think they're making a good point. Those two messages, plane crash in D.C., Anna Walsh dead, looked at on December 25, looked at by themselves, suggests that this guy was already thinking that she would be dead, and maybe already thinking about what he was going to do. But put in the context of her phone call to him or her text saying she was driving comes after the two of them, it gives a different context, and it gives the defense some ability to argue, which he did, that those texts were trying to find out what might have happened. And then once he heard from her, you don't see texts like that anymore. It's a good point. The prosecutor will have a comeback on it, but it's a good point. Marta Cubillo, how is just admitting to those calls help the defense? Very boring. Well, I don't know what that means exactly. They can't not admit to the calls because the data are, it's going from a phone, one of the phones assigned to either Brian Walshe or his 6-year-old, and some of them are going to the phone assigned to Anna Walshe. So there's no way they can deny that the text messages occurred. What he's trying to do is say, gee, there were 1,000 other text messages that were going on at the same time, and you nitpick, cherry pick 2 of them. And then you didn't give the context that the 2 that you cherry picked came before he knew where Anna was and that she was driving. Pelly Jelly Mom, why ask about calls that were not on the record? This officer is sharp by asking him to verify calls that aren't there. It makes the attorney look disorganized, not the trooper. I think that's right. To the extent that the defense lawyer is called out by the trooper whenever there's a mistake, it certainly makes the defense lawyer look a little less organized, maybe a little less prepared. If the jury doesn't like him, they may start thinking that he's trying to cook the evidence a little and trying to confuse them. So yeah, I do think it's helpful to the prosecutor. Do I know when the judge asked jury beginning each day about still having an open mind? What if they don't? Do they admit it? Well, they're supposed to admit it. I can't answer whether someone will admit it, but she's at least making a record that she asked. There's nothing else she can do. She can't open their brains and see what they're thinking, but she's making a record that she did her best to assure that they followed her instructions not to listen to podcasts, not to read news stories, not to talk about the case, and to keep an open mind. She's making that record, and that's the best that she can do. Will I please clarify if these are public or private defense attorneys? There is actually somebody from the chat a little while ago, and sorry I didn't take down. Maybe it was Sanders 14 who put something in the chat, at least on the Prof Joe Explains chat, and I can't see the other one because I'm on the Prof Joe Explains side. What happens is the public defender's office has, let's say, 20 public defenders to do criminal trials for individual defendants who are indigent. But sometimes that's not enough. And sometimes what happens is you've got multiple defendant trials, and the PD's office can represent one defendant, but then there's a conflict. You need somebody else to represent the other defendant, and you have to go out. In both those cases, you have to go outside to find a lawyer. There are other reasons why this would come up, but those are the 2 big ones. And so what some states do is you're a member of the bar and you're on this list and you'll just get called. You've got to take this case. Other states, for criminal trials, particularly murder trials, certainly death penalty cases, they have a list of lawyers who are qualified to do those higher level, higher profile cases, and they volunteer to be on that list. They are not paid by, they're private lawyers. They're not in the PD's office. They're not paid by the defendant. We're still in a case in which the defendant is indigent. The defendant is not able to pay himself, but they're on this list, and then they're pulled off the list to represent a particular client or defendant. They're paid by the state, but they're paid at a rate much less than the rate they would charge if they had been hired by a private client who could afford to pay. And what Sanders 14, she looked it up and she said in Massachusetts, they're called bar advocates and they get paid $120 an hour, which may sound to some of us like a lot of money, but for a high-powered attorney who would represent private clients in a murder trial, that's nowhere near what they would be paid. If you look online at, let's say, John Lauro, who's representing Wendy Adelson, I think he would be charging $600 or $700 an hour. So that's what they are. Okay. Do I think Mr. Walsh's mother will be called to testify? No, she's sitting in the courtroom, and usually if you're going to testify, you cannot sit in the trial and listen to the testimony. And I don't think the prosecutor would call her anyway, because she'll get on the stand and say whatever she will say Brian didn't know about it. And so they don't need her to say that. They're better off suggesting that Brian did know about it, that they have a close relationship, and why would she do it if she hadn't gotten some inclination from him that there was a problem. They're better off that way. I think someone said that the investigator may be on the witness list, and the investigator will be able to testify that indeed his mother paid for the private investigator. If the private investigator is on the list, I think I said this morning, I lose track. In order for the private investigator to be able to testify, there has to be some showing from the prosecutor. If the investigator is on the prosecutor's list, which I'm guessing is the case, some showing that Brian Walshe knew something about it, because otherwise it's extraneous evidence. If he doesn't know it happened, then you can't bring it in at his trial, because what does it have to do with what he knew and what he did if he didn't know that she had done it? Josephine Sanamoro, who I called Giuseppina yesterday, and she said that's what her grandmother called her. And I did that yesterday because she said her message in the chat had, I think, 3 or 4 Italian words in it, and Giuseppina is the Italian for Josephine. Do I think what Brian Walshe will testify? Absolutely yes, because I don't know. There is no other way that his defense gets in. The defense lawyer on opening said, here's what happened in the bedroom that night, and here's what he did. The defense lawyer is not a witness. The defense lawyer doesn't have any independent information about that. What the defense lawyer said in opening is not evidence. And you're not supposed to, in opening, talk about anything that you do not believe will be introduced into evidence. So that opening says Brian has to testify. And if he doesn't, then there will be a different issue, because now the defense lawyer did what he should not have done in that opening statement. And I've been thinking about what would occur there, and I'm not going to go into it because it takes us onto a real, side discussion that is a little complicated. That's what this, and Rada Papascu, as the defense attorney, how would you show Brian Walsh's first worry is Anna may have moved to DC and he would have to go to jail? Anna going to DC means he loses everything, source of income, kids, wife, liberty. Well, they're doing that by showing that she was the primary breadwinner, that his mother was paying the rent at the house, that he didn't have any money on his own, that he was charging the sports memorabilia to her credit card that she was paying. They're doing it by showing that he was asking questions about a divorce and what would be a good state for a man to get a divorce in. They're doing it by those 2 text messages this morning, the morning of December 25, where he seems to be contemplating her death. They're doing it through the testimony of her, the person with whom she was having an affair, saying she was stressed out, she was more and more miserable, that the children weren't with her. They're doing it by the evidence that witness testified to, and may well come in from other witnesses, that he could not move to DC because of the open criminal investigation or prosecution on the Andy Warhol stuff. So they're getting all that evidence in. The question as to what it means is inferences from it that the prosecutor will be able to argue in closing. Nadia nods. do I think the prosecutors are not great at redirect? They're not doing any redirect, so I can't tell you whether they'd be good at it. There were a couple of things I thought that they could have come back on and emphasized on redirect. They're making a judgment that it's not important enough to do it, and that they'll argue in closing the inferences that they think appropriately should be drawn from the evidence. In closing, for example, the prosecutor can say, they asked all these questions of investigator Keefe, is that what his name is? And he was not in a position to be able to answer them. He didn't do the investigation. His job was getting the information from those phone records and getting them in the appropriate form. After that, he doesn't know what the investigation is, or did anybody go check this or that. That wasn't his job. So now we get Jenny Canton. Do I think maybe when Anna didn't show up Christmas morning for the boys, that made Brian mad and he just wanted to make her pay for it? Maybe. It certainly made him mad, and I don't, I'm not on his side because I think he murdered her, but I think it would make any parent angry that the other parent on Christmas morning, which for those children, they were 2, 4, and 6, had to be a really important morning, their mother wasn't there. And if you love your kids and the other parent seems to be ignoring them on a really big day of the year for them, clearly you'd be angry about it. So whether it started him on his road to deciding the answer was to kill her, that's something that the prosecutor may want to argue. We can't prove it. He doesn't say it. There's nothing in writing, but that's an inference from that piece of information plus a lot of other pieces of information. The defense is going to say all that shows us that he was angry, and appropriately so. And, then he's making reservations for January 1. So clearly doesn't have any plan then to kill her. So, few pieces of evidence are all 100% on one side, with the other side not be able to provide a different context or a different interpretation of it. And what you're doing is from the prosecution side, you're putting all of them in. You got the wall, you're putting them all in, and maybe the defense comes along and chips a little on one of the pieces. But your job is to make sure that wall at the end of the day is strong and clear. And that's the wall from which the jury would say we can convict beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay. If the defense attorney thinks Brian Walshe was guilty, will he still pull Brian Walshe on the stand? It depends on what you mean by that. He's got to put Brian Walshe on the stand because of the opening, or there's a different issue that comes up. If the question is, can he do it if he believes that Brian Walshe is going to perjure himself? I talked about this, and I think I talked about it some last night on my recap of the day. So you might want to go look at the video of that. But in brief, a defense lawyer cannot put a defendant on the stand knowing he's going to perjure himself. And if that happens, well, that was a bad and wrong articulation of the rule. He cannot participate in the testimony of a defendant who he knows is going to perjure himself. But the defendant has a right to testify. The defense attorney is the conduit, because in most criminal trials, if you're not a lawyer, you don't know how to handle the evidence rules or anything else. Sarah Boone, as much as she thought she knew everything, and as much as she caused all kinds of difficulty and went through all those lawyers, when the judge finally said, that's it, I'm going to treat all of this as your request to go pro se, she then calmed down and put that ad saying, I need a lawyer. So that being the case, that you need a lawyer and you have a right to get on the stand, the way the compromise comes out is that the defense lawyer will put you on the stand and then walk away from it, and that's why you get narrative testimony. In this case, I think the defense lawyer can appropriately put Brian Walsh on the stand and question him. In other words, it wouldn't be a narrative, because although we might think the defense, and I certainly do, is ridiculous and crazy and unbelievable, and the defense lawyer might feel the same way, there is nothing on the facts that demonstrates that it can't be true, because the only person who's now alive who was in that room after 1:30 in the morning on January 1 is Brian Walsh. So you can say the story makes no sense, but you cannot say with 100% certainty that it cannot be true. And that allows the defense lawyer to put him on the stand and ask questions, because he cannot be sure that the testimony that will be given will be perjured testimony. So now, kingdom within us. You should all put question marks if you want. If you want these questions to be seen. I mean, the COE is doing a great job of finding them, but when I'm watching the trial, I try to look at the chat, and I can pick up one once in a while. But if they don't have question marks, I'm not going to see them. And better if you do them in red so they stand out, because you can't get the question marks ahead of your name the way the chat works. And then the question marks are embedded in the rest of the message. Anyway, have they recovered any of her body? No, they have not recovered any of her body. The best guess is one of the dumpsters had an incinerator pickup schedule, and there is no body left to find. That's the best guess. I see both chats. I can't. Okay, question to me. Do I think Brian Walsh has wholly been truthful to his attorneys? No, I don't. Probably not. You know, there's a book. It's called Anatomy of a Murder, and it's famous because it's a demonstration of the way a defense lawyer might try to get information from a defendant without getting information that would show the defendant will perjure himself on the witness stand. And it goes like this. Before you tell me anything, I'm going to tell you what first-degree murder is, and what second-degree murder is, and what manslaughter is, and what it means to have an accidental death. And I want you to understand all this. You know, if you intended to kill her, that's going to be murder too. And if you say, well, gee, you were in a fight and you hit her and she fell down and hit her head and died, that's going to be maybe manslaughter. If you say that she came after you and you were defending yourself, it could be self-defense. You can see what you're doing. And then the defense lawyer says to the defendant, now, after I've told you that, now tell me how it happened. So you are telling your client in advance, you know, if you tell me this, I'm going to have trouble presenting a defense, and I'm certainly going to have trouble letting you get on, being able to help you if you get on the stand. Okay. Andra, I did this before better. Andrada Papascu. If can the prosecuting only ask for digital experts, what's there, not what's not? Can't they talk about absence of search for medical help, calls to police? Well, they can. They can say this isn't there, that's not there, just as the defense lawyer is saying, but you didn't look on December 23rd, you didn't look at December 24th. That's within what that witness can say. But what the witness is going to say is, I don't pick the dates. That comes from law enforcement, or it comes from the prosecutor's office. All I can tell you is these are the dates I was given. And then if the question from the defense side is, why were those the dates? The witness is going to say, that's not part of my job. They tell me and I do it. My job is the getting it. That's where my expertise is. Okay. Alicia Tribble. Do I think the prosecution has met its burden of proof yet for premeditation? You know, they're not done yet. I think they're certainly getting there. And remember, or I will tell you for the first time, premeditation does not mean what, if you were thinking of Webster's dictionary, you would think it means. It means that before you do the act, you had just enough time to form the decision and have the intent to kill. So I'm walking down the street. I have no thought of buying an ice cream cone, none. And then I see the ice cream, the Haagen-Dazs store, and I say, gee, I want an ice cream, and I go in and buy it. That would be premeditation. I had enough time. I wasn't thinking about it, but I had enough time to get the idea, form the intent, and act on it. Doesn't have to be 10 minutes. Some jury instructions say you can have premeditation in a moment, essentially. Okay. What did I miss about why he has to testify pertaining to the opening? Because his story is he found her in bed dead. That's his story. The defense lawyer can't testify to that. The defense lawyer didn't find her dead in bed. The evidence has to come from Brian Walshe. That's why he has to get on the stand. Okay. If he found her unalive next to him, why would be searching to see if she was in a plane crash? That was the plane crash search was on December 25. The murder or the finding her dead, her story occurs on January 1. You got to keep the dates straight. It can be really complicated. But in order, and this comes up if you do appeals, you got to have a schematic of the dates because it's really important, particularly in a case in which there's so much data, there's so many data flying. So you've got to get the dates so you know what's happening when. Why is the defense so focused on Christmas Day searches? Because on Christmas Day, you have those two texts, plane crash, DC plane crash and Anna Walshe found dead. And those are the two texts that are before December 31 or early morning January 1 that the prosecution can use to say this guy was thinking about this as early as a week before. And that helps with he intended, he premeditated. You don't need to do it a week before, but it helps if you can find things that show that there was reason to believe he was thinking about it a week before. So that I think, I don't see any more questions. Oh, we only have 2 minutes before going back on. So I am going to cut out and at least get a water or make coffee before we start again. So we can turn this off at least for 2 minutes and then I will be back.
I just had an opportunity. I know it's maybe not relevant to the inquiry that's going on right now, but pretty gorgeous. Your records are good. He wrote 76, 85, 119, and 136. Almost memory is correct too. They all go to Verizon or AT&T records, so we can talk about that more later. Anybody need anything before I bring in the jury?
Does that mean I can explore it more with them?
No, it doesn't. It just puts the record more precisely as to why, but there may be others that you can explore that with. All right?
I actually don't get it, Judge.
You don't what?
I don't get it. I'm trying to understand the rulings. I don't.
All right. Well, you can make your pitch.
So you're telling us that I can't explore getting further search warrants to go back 1225 with this witness?
I think you can with regard to his sort of, I'll call it area of expertise, but that's not what you really want, right?
You mean with the Verizon records?
Yes.
Yeah. No, I don't.
I mean, as I look through back to go through, I think you have to have the filter that I'm placing right now is you have to have a good faith basis for all your questions, both sides. This, I won't call him an expert, this trooper's expertise, as is revealed by those search warrants, is in a particular narrow focus. Now, you set the foundation for some broader thing, maybe Ken, I don't know, making reasonable inferences from what I know about the case, then I might come in. But with this witness, and there may be other witnesses to include Trooper Proctor. Seems like Trooper Guarino had a slightly different role than even Trooper Keith. So I think there are proper inquiries or proper individuals that you might be able to make these inquiries to some depth. I don't think this is one of them.
I understand the question.
Based on the record that's before me, you can ask probing questions if you wish to, and you know something that I don't. Again, I'm the consumer of the evidence, just like the jury in that regard. And I certainly do have a lot of learning from the time that I've spent on this case, but on what I know right now, I don't think it's a proper line of inquiry.
I understand the court's ruling.
All right. Let's bring it back in.
All rise. Jurors entering. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
First, I'm going to apologize, but would you tell us, Trooper, that Exhibit 168, the call, that call log is arranged beginning at late dates going to early dates, correct? It starts at January 3rd, 2023.
Yes, it starts January 3rd, 2023 to December 25th, 2022.
And all of the other two documents that we're using, the Exhibit 169 and 161, those all start with the earlier dates and proceed, correct?
Yes, those are in ascending. This one looks like it's descending order.
Okay. So now that I understand that, hopefully I won't confuse you. So here we go. So now, starting with Exhibit 168 at page 11, record 129, occurring at 1:40.10 p.m. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
That's a call that lasted 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 33 seconds, correct?
Correct.
And it was a call that originated on the phone assigned to Brian Walshe.
Yes, it was an outgoing call to the number ending in 7966, Anna New.
Okay. Staying on that document, page 11, record 126, time stamped at 3:02:37 p.m. There's a call that lasted 6 minutes and 5 seconds.
Correct.
And once again, it originated from the phone assigned to Brian Walshe, correct?
Correct.
Now go to page 10, record number 124, An event happening at 4:11:06 p.m. There's a call that lasted 1 hour, 27 minutes, and 7 seconds.
Correct.
Now, that call originated from the phone assigned to Anna Walshe, correct?
Yes, that is an incoming call.
Are you aware of the fact, based on your involvement in the case, that Anna Walshe, her flight was canceled and she wound up driving up from DC to Cohasset?
On December 25th, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
And would it be accurate to say that during this time frame that we just talked about, these 3 calls, that's when Anna Walshe is driving from DC to Cohasset?
Yes, that could be inferred from that.
So it appears from these records that during this time frame, that after her flight's canceled, her phone is texting, the phone assigned to Brian Walshe saying, my flight was canceled, I'm on my way. That they're having no less than 3 phone calls between themselves, between their phones, as she drives up
Yes.
the class. And then,
If you can, look at the screen, and I'm referring to page 2, and the text time-stamped 6:37:46 p.m. on 12/25. It looks like Anna Walshe, or the phone assigned to her, texts, I'm an hour and a half left.
Correct.
And then as you continue on Exhibit 169, at page 3, time-stamped 7:26:02, it appears that that phone texts an image of a car to Brian Walshe, correct?
Correct.
Or at least a phone assigned to him. And the photo looks like there's a photo of a Porsche.
Yes.
And now if you refer to Exhibit 161 at page 14, record 193, time-stamped 8:28:12 p.m.
193, sir?
Yes,
Yes. Okay.
that's one of those Autobahn searches, correct?
Correct.
Where it appears that someone's looking for a luxury car, or at
Yes.
least searching the Autobahn for a car.
Yes.
If we go now to Exhibit 169, and we're looking at page 3, we see a text that time-stamped 10:34:50 p.m.,
Yes.
and it involves a property listing at Zillow.
Correct.
And if you scroll down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 texts, all of those texts encompassing page 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, they continue to be texts regarding Zillow postings for property, correct?
Yes, they all appear to be text sent from the number ending in 7966, assigned to Anna Walshe, to 8646 about properties.
And those properties are all situated in or around the greater DC area or Baltimore, correct?
Yes.
And do you know, officer, from your involvement in this case, about what time Ms. Walshe arrived in Cohasset when she drove up from DC?
On the 25th?
Yes.
I do not know.
If I told you that she arrived sometime around 8 or 8:30 in the evening, does that sound accurate to you based on your review of all the data?
Sounds reasonable.
So it would appear that all these Zillow listings we just referred to that are occurring sometime around 10:30 p.m. on 12/25 through 10:58, it appears that he's already home. Anna Walshe is already back in Cohasset, and she's texting on her phone to a phone assigned to Brian Walshe all of these listings, correct?
Yes.
Now we're referring you to what's been marked Exhibit 168, the call log. I'm going to refer you to record number 114 at page 10. And it shows that there was some type of phone connection for 5 minutes and 19 seconds between the phone assigned to Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh, and to the phone assigned to Brian Walsh.
Correct.
And we can go down and just follow that on page 9, record number 112. We see a 36-minute phone call between the phones assigned to Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh. Correct?
Correct.
Once again, you don't know what the content of the phone call was, but that's what it appears, that there was a 36-minute phone call between them.
Yes.
And we continue to go down. Page 9, record 106. Now there's a 21-minute phone call, correct?
Yes.
Now we're on Exhibit 161. Now we're on a different date. We're on the next date. December 27th of 2022. I'm going to refer you to record number 316, page 22. You recognize that entry on Exhibit 161?
What was the page number, sir? Sorry, I put the 168 down.
That's fine. Page 22, record number 316.
Okay.
You see that?
I do.
It occurred at 6:57:46 a.m., correct?
Yes.
That's that reference you were asked on direct examination yesterday, that reference to all my exes, correct?
Yes.
And then on the same day, and now we're looking at Exhibit 168, the call log. We're going to refer you to page 9 and ask you to look at record 104. They begin a series of phone calls, 3 phone calls, 10 minutes and 43 seconds, 1 minute and 1 second, a third one, 26 minutes and 21 seconds, all originating from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, to Anna Walsh. Do you need me to tell you exactly what the records are? I apologize.
Yeah, could you go again with the record number, sir?
Yes. 104,
Okay.
102, and 100.
Okay, yes.
Okay. And then there is at record 98 on page 8, 98 at page 8, there's a 23-minute phone call.
Correct.
And that originated from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh.
Correct.
Now, I want to refer you to now the text messaging that's been entered as Exhibit 169 at page 7, and it's timestamp 10:59:32 a.m. And it appears that the phone assigned to Anna Walsh texts, when can they have the thing signed? Do you see that?
I do, sir.
And immediately following that, in the call log, Exhibit 168, is a phone call that lasts 6 minutes from the phones assigned to Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh. And it originated from Anna Walsh's phone, didn't it not?
I'm just checking the call log now, sir.
You see that?
I see the text, but I don't see the specific call you were referring to on the call log, sir.
Okay. Let me try to give you page 8,
Yep.
record number 96, time stamped at 11:05:17 a.m.
Page 8, 98 on this one has a different time and date, sir.
All right, what is it? Just tell the jury what it is.
This one is December 27, 2022, 10:41 a.m. That's number 98.
Okay. And it lasts for 23 minutes, 10 seconds.
Yes.
Go on down to now, page 8, record number 96 on the same exhibit, 11:05:17 a.m. A phone call that lasts 6 minutes and 54 seconds.
Correct.
Now, we're going to jump down a little bit, and at exhibit 169, the text messages on page 8, a text message timestamped at 6:36:44. There's a text that reads, "Did they sign?"
Yes, I see that.
And then you see a text following that, the very next text, timestamped at 6:39 p.m. in exhibit 169. And it looks like it originates from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh. And she says, "I emailed Stephen to see if he helped with the paperwork," correct?
Yes.
And then as we go through these text messages, the next text message is the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. "She said they signed." That's the text message.
Yes.
Then the same phone text immediately thereafter, "Let's get this deal done."
That's correct.
And then there's a text from Anna Walsh, apparently, or the phone assigned to her immediately thereafter. "Did she text you?" You see that?
Yes, I do.
Then the phone assigned to Brian Walsh says yes. And then the next text is on page 10 at 6:39:36. Anna Walsh texts, at least her phone does, "I didn't see it."
Yes, correct.
And then a few seconds later, that phone texts, "Great."
Yes.
And then that same phone assigned to Anna Walsh at 6:40 texts, "Let me have Stephen confirm and I'll Venmo them."
Yes, correct.
And then there's a text that says, "Great," from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. Then immediate text about an hour and a half later that says, "Hello." And that's at page 11 on exhibit 169 at 8:03:04.
Correct. Yes.
So based on your investigation and based on your review of this data, that series of texts where they're talking about a deal and Venmo and everything else, it appears to you, doesn't it, that they were involved in the sale of property or something? Is that fair to say?
It appears they were looking at.
Conclusion. Oh, withdrawn.
You can answer.
It appears they were looking at properties and possibly have sold the property or something based off those text messages.
Did you, as one of the investigators in the case, did you have any
Assignment to go try to explore what this sale was?
I did not.
Okay. Let me ask you something, Trooper.
You're assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney, correct?
Yes.
There's a number of other troopers that are assigned to that office specifically to investigate serious felonies, allegations of serious felonies, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And is it fair to say that, I think earlier in your cross-examination testimony, you said that you collaborate, you talk to each other, you
Correct.
share information, correct?
Yes.
And so one of the reasons you share information amongst your fellow troopers that are assigned to the district attorney's office is so you can all learn more about the case and make a better understanding of what the data means and what the information you're getting might be, correct?
Yeah, we should collaborate, share information about any investigation going on.
Based on your collaboration with your fellow troopers in connection with this case, are you aware of any one of your fellow troopers assigned to investigate this case that ever went out and tried to determine the nature of that sale of property that we just went through based on the information that's in these three different sources of information?
I believe so.
Okay. And do you know what the sale of property was?
I don't know the details of it.
Do you know where the property was that was sold?
I believe the North Shore somewhere.
Do you know how much it involved?
I do not.
Do you know whose name that property was in?
I do not.
Do you know where the proceeds went? The proceeds of the sale went?
No, sir.
Okay. I want to ask you, refer to Exhibit 169 on the screen. It'll be at page 11, a text timestamped at 8:03:04 p.m. And there is a text coming from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh that says, hello.
Yes.
It's followed by a text that says, from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, phone died.
Correct.
There's a text that immediately follows that, indicates a screenshot of a phone.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And then a text that immediately follows, literally, that's the word that's used. And that's coming from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh.
Yes.
And then a text that follows about 2 minutes later, coming from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, where he simply says hello.
Yes.
Then an immediate text after that from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. Do you need a new phone?
Correct.
And then there is that text where it appears at 6:18:55 a.m. at page 14 on Exhibit 169, where Brian Walsh, the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, is texting location data to 1001 Connecticut Avenue, Northwest, a Verizon store.
Yes, it appears to be an address to a Verizon store.
Okay, and that's what we talked about a little bit before, right?
Right. Yes.
But now we have it in context, don't we? We realize that there's text going back between these phones of Anna Walsh's phone seem to not be working right, and then the phone assigned to Brian Walsh finds the location of the store and sends it.
Yes.
And if you just keep going down those texts, the next text, the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, she says, thank you, right?
Yes.
Okay, now we're changed to the next date, 12/28/22. We're looking at Exhibit 169, and there's a series of texts that began at 7:10:59 a.m. on page 14, and the phone assigned to Anna Walsh says, "We'll work from home today," correct?
Correct.
And then there's a text that follows 3 minutes later from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, says, "Feel better."
Correct.
And I mean, from reading those texts, it would suggest that Anna Walsh wasn't feeling well and she was working at home, correct?
Yes.
And then there's a text immediately thereafter from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh saying, "Let me get the boys ready." Correct?
Yes.
As we scroll through these texts, the text at page 16, timestamp 7:15:15 a.m., there's a text comes from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, says, "Love you." Correct?
Could you scroll down a little further, please?
Page 16, timestamp 7:15:15 a.m.
Yes, correct.
And then immediately thereafter, there is a text, page 16, immediately following that text, coming from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, and she says, the phone says, "Love you too."
Correct.
The phone assigned to Brian Walsh says, "I will get you a plunger." Correct?
Yes.
Next text from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, "and a Porsche."
Yes.
The phone assigned to Anna Walsh says, "haha."
Correct.
Then Anna Walsh phone says, "Thank you."
Yes.
The phone assigned to Brian Walsh says they both start with P.
Correct.
Do you think that phone is referring to the Porsche and the plunger?
Yes, sir.
And then Anna Walsh, the phone anyway, responds, "I'll take care of the plunger. You just get the Porsche," correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's a couple of texts back and forth saying, "ha ha, ha ha," right?
Yes.
Immediately thereafter, at about an hour and a half later, same exhibit 169, page 20, at 9:26:13 a.m. From the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, there's a screenshot of a Porsche, correct?
Yeah, it appears to be a vehicle. I don't know if it's a Porsche or not, sir.
Okay. And then there's a second text and another screenshot. And can you tell if it's of a Porsche?
Don't believe so based off the picture.
Okay. Then at 9:30 on 12/28, page 21, still the text, the phone assigned to Brian Walsh says hello.
Correct.
And about 3 hours later, the phone assigned to Anna Walsh texts back, fix the phone.
Correct.
She then continues, her phone does, SIM card died. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to jump down to the next text at Exhibit 169, page 22, timestamp 3/22/23, and it contains 3 more images of property, correct?
Could you scroll down, please? Thank you. Yes, sir.
And then there's a text of 3 movies being sent from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh. It's 3 movies, and if you can read the related data to those movies, does it indicate to you, based on your experience as a forensic digital specialist, that those movies have to do with the property postings?
Yes, could you scroll up a little, please? Just, okay, yeah, so they're attachments to a text, yes.
Okay. And then, right at the same time, there is a reference made to 3 family brownstone from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, correct?
Yes, correct.
Then what happens is, on the call log, Exhibit 168 at page 6, record 66, there's a phone call between the phones assigned to Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh.
Record 66, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
And then when we go back to Exhibit 69, right in the same time frame, now there's text being exchanged between the phones assigned to Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh, including a text, looks good, then 1 minute. And the phones continue to text. And then there's another phone call that we can find at Exhibit 168, page 6, record 64. And it's a phone call between the phones assigned to them. So those phones are communicating together. And we don't know what they're saying, right?
Correct.
And then if you go back to the text, we're still on the same day, 12/28. Now there's text about, from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, then the numbers work. It's a timestamp 3/50/19.
Yes.
Now there's a couple of phone calls that immediately follow that text. Phone calls between the phones assigned to Anna Walsh, and that's from Exhibit 168, first at page 6, record 62.
Yes, sir.
And then page 5, record 60.
Yes.
Then what happens? Same day, 12/28. On the call log, Exhibit 168, at page 5, record 56, there is a 21-minute, 47-second phone call between the 2 phones assigned to Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh.
Yes, incoming call from 7966, assigned to Anna Walsh.
And then about 30 minutes later, another phone call, this time originating from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, that's for 15 minutes and 11 seconds.
Yes.
If you continue to scroll through the text messages that are contained in Exhibit 169, and I want to refer to page 30 and the text message timestamped 11:18 a.m., 11:18:10 a.m. You see the text coming from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh. It said, it's incoming soon at 199K.
I do.
And the next text is, had 2 bathrooms, good shape.
Yes.
Next text from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, offer 195K.
Yeah.
Response from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh, probably. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Then immediately thereafter, a text that says, let's see what TJ says.
Yes.
And then there's a series of texts that immediately follow. Okay. Then there's another Zillow posting. We're now at page 32 of Exhibit 169. And then there's a specific reference from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. They paid $80,000 in 2015, correct?
Yes.
And there's a second text, assessment at 4. What's that text say? At 11/21/31, page 32.
Assessment at 120K, 120K.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
It sounds like the communications going on between these two phones is talking about the possible purchase of a new property, right?
Yes.
And that Zillow reference in Exhibit 169 at page 32 at 11/19/54, that Zillow reference is a property in DC, isn't it?
Yes.
And then scrolling down to page 33, 11/21/50, we see a text, zesting at 175K.
Yes.
And what does zesting mean? Do you have any idea?
The estimate of the property.
Okay. And then the next text is, our unit is really 1820 square feet.
Correct.
All right, may we approach?
Yes.
From what I'm seeing on the screen, they may be putting all of that up for the jury, and the pool camera person, for reasons unbeknownst to me, doesn't put it up on the screen for the rest of us. And therefore, we're having a lot more trouble following than the jury is.
Yeah, that could be it. And I'm not sure exactly why they wouldn't be able to show it. If the jurors are seeing it.
I don't think there's any reason. I just don't think the pool cameraman is thinking about it.
Yeah, or it might be yeah, unless there's maybe a way that the jurors are getting in the shot or something. But where he's not able.
Well, that
to do
last
it.
one he was able to do without them being in the shot, and we've seen pictures on that.
Yeah, you can see he's looking. I mean, this is Walsh looking at the monitor right here. So they, maybe
I think they need to give instruction to pool camera people doing trials regarding what the people who are watching need to see or want to see.
Good point.
I would be
agree with
happy to do a lesson for them.
that. I know quite a few of them because I meet them when I'm out and about. But yeah, I have a feeling.
Well, we'll make up a card like a Miranda card, and when you meet them, you can just hand them the card.
Yeah. But I mean, they are looking at it on monitors like this. I'm sure they have a monitor right in front of them. That's
yeah,
usually
and
the way
they
it is.
showed some that was
But
on the big screen. So I'm assuming they're all up there. It's just the pool camera person is not going over and showing it to us.
Yeah. This is obviously, we were talking about maybe another witness today, but at this point, probably not, right?
As we continue with this series of texts, now
I
we're
don't
on
know.
December 29th, page 33 of Exhibit 169. At 11/21/59, the phone assigned to Anna Walsh text, and this one as well.
Yes.
The next text from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, 1320 above ground, 500 under.
Yep, there we go.
Correct.
Do you have any idea what the reference or the context is for that text? 1320 above ground, 500 under.
The possible square footage of the property?
Okay. And then the next text coming from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. Let's see how much work it needs. You see that?
Yes.
Then there's a text. Are they renting it out?
Yes.
Then the next text makes sense to take it down hard. Correct?
I see that. Yes.
And then does it sound like to you, based on your investigation in this case, that there's a discussion going on about possibly buying a new property in or around the DC area?
Yes.
I want to go forward now to Exhibit 161. I'm going to focus you to page 54, record 804, occurring at 9:13:47 p.m. And there's a reference once again to the Mazda building in Washington. Oh, I'm sorry.
$804, sir?
Yes, record 804 at page 54.
Yes.
And exhibit 161.
Correct, yes.
Then returning now to the text of exhibit 169 on 12/30, page 40, a text occurring at 6:01:24 a.m. from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. Flight on time? Question mark.
Yes.
From the phone assigned to Anna Walsh. Hi.
Yes.
Phone assigned to Anna Walsh. Next text so far.
Correct.
Next text, yes, from Anna Walsh's phone.
Correct.
Next text from Anna Walsh's phone. Boarding now.
Yes.
Next text from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. Great.
Correct.
Next text from Anna Walsh. Signed. Ha.
Correct.
Then the next text immediately following that from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. Did you get test? And then the next immediate text that follows is the word rest.
Yes, correct.
Does it appear to you that the texter intended to say, did you get rest, and change text to rest?
Objection to conclusion.
Sustained.
Okay. Then the next text is awake early, I see, and that comes from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh.
Correct.
And at page 43 in exhibit 169, the phone assigned to Anna Walsh simply says a little. And then that phone says it was a big Thursday night. You see those texts?
I do, sir.
And those are at 6:02 a.m. on December 30th.
Correct.
As you scroll down to the text dated 12/30/22 at page 46, a text at 12:07 p.m., there's a text coming from the phone of Anna Walsh, and it includes 2 photographs, correct?
Yes.
And I believe the photographs are blurred, but based on your review, do these photographs include pictures of a female and a young child?
They did.
And the response from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh says, looking good.
That's correct.
Then immediately thereafter, I should say not immediately, but 3 minutes later, a text coming from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, and it includes another photo of, if you know, a female and a young child.
Correct.
And then a text from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, hanging out hard.
Correct.
If we move down to the text at 49, page 49, timestamped 1:26:49 p.m., there's a text coming from the phone assigned to Anna Walsh, and it appears to be a movie. Do you see that? It's timestamped 1:26:49 p.m.
Hold on one second, sir.
Sure.
Yes, there appears to be a movie attachment.
Okay, a movie attachment. I'm sorry.
Correct.
I should have been more clear. And then we see in the call log, Exhibit 168, at page 2, record number 20, record number 18, record number 16, they're all on page 2. We see a series of phone calls between the phones assigned to Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh. Do you see that? It's at all on page 2, records 20, 18, and 16.
Yes, I see those, sir.
Okay. And then back to Exhibit 169 at the relevant time period, about an hour later, at page 50, there is a text coming from the phone assigned to Brian Walsh that contains 7 photographs, correct?
Yes.
And if you recall, and I understand that the photographs are blotted out, but if you recall, there are photographs of a woman and a boy.
Yes, sir.
So what we have here, and what you just described to the jury, is when we put all the data together from primarily 3 sources: call log, the text messages, and the data from the work you did in extracting the data from the iPhone unit. We see that all of those data, when looked at, they help frame a picture of communications about buying property and selling property, shopping for a Porsche, trading pictures between each other, all in the time period encompassing December 25th, leading up to December 31st of 2022. Isn't that right?
This shows communication between Brian and Anna Walsh from December 25th through December 30th. We only went to the 30th, sir.
And to be fair, it shows communication between phones, data.
Yes.
time.
Text message, phone calls, communication between those 2 devices during that time period.
Tammy, I feel you.
Trooper Keith, you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that there's no such thing called iMessenger?
He did that yesterday.
What do you mean?
Okay. You're familiar with Facebook, correct?
Yes.
And Facebook has a communication or texting act associated with it, and it's called Messenger, correct?
Facebook Messenger, correct?
It's not called iMessenger.
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
And then you're familiar with text messaging that originated with Apple, and it's referred to as iMessage, right?
Yes.
And it's not referred to as iMessenger, is it?
Not that I'm aware of.
And it is possible, isn't it, to receive Facebook Messenger postings on someone's phone from someone's Facebook account if that person, the holder of the Facebook account, permits that person to see their Facebook Messenger communications.
Depends where you got the data from, sir.
Okay.
You did not find anything on the Apple iPhone 13 mini of any Facebook Messenger postings between Anna Walshe and a person named William Festa.
Specifically Facebook Messenger
Yes,
between those two on the iPhone 13 mini.
yes.
Not that I recall.
You did see, didn't you, a Facebook communication on that iPhone mini between Anna Walshe and a man named Michael Redmond on December 25th of 2022. Didn't you?
I would have to see the documents here.
Kind of these.
I think I'm gonna have to come inside.
Okay. Why don't we go?
Sidebar.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't know. Joe, what are you making of this?
Well, the amount of time he's spending on this, if he's a rational defense lawyer, and I assume he is, tells you how important he thinks the evidence that the Commonwealth has with regard to the cell phone extraction information. So that's one thing. And I think he's doing a really good job of providing context for the messages that the Commonwealth is using. My criticism in here is there are only so many messages that are important. And he's spending a lot of time providing context to a whole host of other messages that don't matter a whit.
What's going on with the hang up with like the correct naming of iMessenger?
I have no idea why he thinks that's important. There have been questions in the chat about it.
Yeah.
And since I never know what the correct term is for any of them, I don't even have a clue what within my background, I would have no clue why it matters. And I can't imagine why it matters to him what it's called. If he's got a reason, it's beyond me.
Yeah, I'll just look at some of the comments. I don't know. The only thing I can think of is he's trying to just stir the jurors into utter boredom and then like lack of he's trying to sow reasonable doubt via boredom is what I think is going on.
I don't
and
think
confusion.
that
Yeah. That's the only thing I can think of, though. I mean, otherwise, I just don't get exactly what's going on here. But
I mean, the best that could happen is the jurors think he knows what he's doing and are trying to figure out why he's doing what he's doing.
Yeah,
But I don't think that's a very high best.
Yeah, Marilyn here says, I do remember yesterday the boyfriend said he didn't remember them ever corresponding through Facebook Messenger. See, I thought he said that they did, but
that doesn't explain why the fact that there's no such thing as iMessenger or Facebook iMessenger matters to any of that. It's just, I don't understand it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I am with you. I feel like a lot of the people in the chat are checked out, even though people are still here. So I got to think that the jurors are just trying to make it to the finish line, which is 41 minutes away. If they do break at lunch, they're coming back.
One, yeah, they're not going to have lunch. They'll just go home.
Yeah, 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at Brian Walsh. Someone said he's actually been holding, and I don't know if this is true, holding the rosaries in his left hand this whole time, by the way.
Huh.
So I don't know if he was told to put it out of the view of the
your examination of the iPhone mini 13.
The lawyer looks like he's done with it.
Well, they certainly spend a lot of time pouring through the records.
I can't tell what device this was extracted from, sir.
So it is fair to say, though, that when you examined the iPhone mini, You never saw any communications involving Anna Walshe and William Fastow, correct? On the iPhone mini,
Well, that's Brian's phone.
Any communication whatsoever under
between the two of them.
specific application? This was the iPhone 13 mini.
Yes.
Can you clarify? I'm not sure what you're asking.
On the iPhone mini that we've been talking about today. And I thought you just answered. You did not see any communications between Anna Walshe and William Fastow.
Oh, I see what he's asking.
Let's say with Facebook Messenger.
Not that I recall.
And of course, one of the, well, before I ask that question, so you don't recognize.
This what you just handed me? I can't authenticate where this came from. I don't know what device it came from. I can't speak to that.
Then at this time, I'll just have it marked by
We'll mark for identification. Are we okay?
Is that what he was trying to get him to say? I can't identify it. I mean,
I
so
figured it out.
Right.
They're saying that
Thank you.
that Brian Walshe had access to some of the messages between Fausto and Anna, and he had said they were coming in on one of his devices. And that was part of the reason the judge said that some of the texts could come in, and he's now trying to show.
You said, in my question, you said, I don't recall if you saw communications on the iPhone mini between Anna Walshe and William Fastow using Facebook Messenger.
Correct.
You don't recall.
I don't.
But of course, in the nature of this case and the fact that you are assigned to the Norfolk County DA's office, and it would be pretty important, wouldn't it, if in fact you found messaging that was between Anna Walshe and William Fastow on the phone assigned to Brian Walshe. That'd be pretty important stuff, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And as you sit here today, and I ask you a very simple question, did you see any Facebook Messenger messages between Anna Walshe and William Fastow? You said, I don't recall. But that'd be right. That's what you said.
Yes.
You would agree that's pretty important. That would be pretty important evidence if you found that on that phone, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And you would agree that with regards to Apple iMessage, the text message, you didn't find any iMessages appearing on the phone assigned to Brian Walshe, iMessages between Anna Walshe and William Fastow, correct?
No.
And of course, in the context of this case, that would be pretty important evidence if you found any communications, whatever form, on the phone assigned to Brian Walshe, communications between Anna Walshe and William Fastow, wouldn't it?
Yes.
That's the third time he's asked that question.
And the other thing you did not find is any evidence of deleted messages using Facebook Messenger on the iPhone, the mini.
I would have to take a look, sir. I don't recall specifically.
Okay, but once again, that software you use, whether it be Celebrite or Magnet Gray Axiom, it's able to detect deleted materials. In fact, that's one of the forensic tools, one of the forensic reasons it's used, to see if there's deletions of data that might be important to a case, correct?
Well, it all depends. The software that company has published at the time, the software the device is running. So never do they get all the data extracted from a device. So the deleted data may never be parsed out and read.
Okay, well,
There's a lot of factors that go into that.
but if you wanted to find messages, whether they be Facebook Messenger or Apple iMessages between Anna Walsh and William Fastow, and you thought it was, as you told us, it would be very important evidence to find, you would do everything you could as a forensic digital specialist to try to find them, wouldn't you?
Well, her device was never recovered, sir.
I'm sorry?
Her device was never recovered.
I'm talking about the phone assigned to Brian Walsh.
You just said messages on her device between.
If I did, I apologize, and I might very well. Thank you for correcting me.
You
That's
turned
okay.
that question answer around.
Anna Walsh and William Fastow appearing on the phone assigned to Brian Walsh. That would be pretty important evidence, correct?
Yes.
And you would do everything you could as a digital forensic specialist to try to find that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And
Not sure you should have said yes to that.
what's that?
You're done?
Just a minute.
She wants him to be done. He turned the question around. The witness said
I'm fine
it
with
would be important information if you
Thank you.
found it.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
He's done.
Yeah, and
Wait,
he
step
turned it
down.
around.
Do you want to leave this stuff here?
Yes, the lawyers will take care of that, but thank you.
Your Honor.
To say, so it would be important for you to look at it. That's a very different question. You wouldn't look for it unless you had some inkling that it was there to find. That's different from saying
we call
if you
it next
discovered
witness.
it, it would be
I
important.
want to call Heather Sullivan.
Ah, another witness.
Yeah, one more witness, Heather Sullivan. That Trooper Keefe is loving life right now.
But I don't think he minded the testimony.
No.
He smiled
Yeah.
at times. I think he thought it was a clash of who could manipulate whom better. And I think he thought he was doing really well. And I agree with him.
Yeah.
Following testimony will give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes. Thank you. You can be seated.
Watch stuff.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, sir. Retired Trooper Heather Sullivan, Sullivan.
And you say retired. When do you retire?
In July,
And how long were you a state police trooper?
20 years.
And what can you just tell us your path through the state police, where your assignments?
Sure. I was on the road for the first 7 years of my career. For the last 13 years, I've been in crime scene, 7 of which I worked at the crime scene office that's attached to the medical examiner's office. In the last 6 years, I worked in the crime scene services in Danvers.
And what were your responsibilities at the crime scene services in Danvers?
It was my responsibility to go to any homicide, suicide, unattended death, any crime scene where I would need to collect evidence, process it for fingerprints, or document any items of interest.
Just
And what type of
fast
training
talk.
did you need to obtain in order to get into that unit?
We had on-the-job training, but it was years and years of training. Every year we have some sort of class, proficiency tests in crime scene, videography, documentation, evidence collection, tire track, footwear, and fingerprints.
You say proficiency tests in those areas. Did you pass your proficiency tests?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with competency tests?
Yes.
Did you pass your competency tests?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about January 9th of 2023. Did you have the opportunity to be involved in an investigation that initially started in Swampscott that afternoon?
Yes, sir.
Where did you respond to in Swampscott that afternoon?
330 Paradise Lane. It was an apartment complex. And I was called there by Norfolk County Detective Unit.
And about what time do you think you got there?
About 1,400 hours.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have what was marked as Exhibit 90? It's a photograph. And forgive me, I don't have the file number in front of me. Do you see this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, it's one of the two trash receptacles I was responsible for documenting.
On Exhibit 90, it says HAS. Are those your initials?
Yes, sir.
And could we have Exhibit 91? And do you recognize this image?
Yes.
What is this?
It's a trash compactor at the same location that I also documented.
Now, what was done with those two, the trash compactor and the dumpster?
I, like I said, documented it with photographs all the way around, and then we were going to search it at a different location.
And did you go to that different location?
Yes.
Where was that?
300 Forest Street in Peabody. It was Greenworks Republic's transfer station.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 107, which was, I believe, file number 6556? Thank you. Now, does this look like where you went to in Peabody?
Yes.
Okay. So once you got to Peabody, what was done with the two dumpster? What was done with the dumpster and the compactor?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh, no, my bad. What was done with the contents of the dumpster and the compactor once you got to Peabody?
They were separately transported to this location, 304th Street, and they marked off an area. I documented it before they dumped the trash, and then individually they started with one of the trash receptacles, dumped that, and spread it out so we could go through it and search it.
Great job.
So, and who did that process? Who dumped it out and searched it?
So the company who transported the receptacles, they're the ones who dumped it, but they put it in a location where we could go through it methodically. The CERT team, which is a special emergency response team, there's about 10 of those individuals who were there to go through the individual trash bags.
And what were the conditions like while everyone was doing this?
As far as
Weather.
Oh, it's January, so it was very cold. And it was outdoor location. It looks like it's indoor, but it's half indoor, half outdoor.
And so when the CERT team would get to a bag, would they open several bags at once, or what? How would they do it?
So they did it methodically. So they each, kind of tacked it together. They went through each individual bag, looked to see, we actually had a meeting about what we were looking for, so they knew what to look for. If they found anything that they possibly thought was of interest, they would flag me down. I would photograph it. And then if it was something that the detectives wanted to collect, we would collect it and spread it out so we can document it further.
So could I, at this point in time, Ms. Gilman, could we have Exhibit 125?
See, he didn't get a clear answer to that question. She didn't say specifically they did one bag at a time.
Do you recognize this image?
Yes, sir.
Is this one of the bags, contents of the bags that you had to spread out and do further documentation of?
That was some of the contents in one of the bags, yes.
And what's this? Bless you. What is the significance of the yellow placard?
That tells me, so as I was spreading things out, each bag got a placard, and then we would know which items came from which bag.
Now, when items were packaged up and brought back to the lab, did they all go to the same person, or did different people enter them into the LIMS system? So
I entered any evidence that we collected for crime scene services, which would be specifically for fingerprinting. I would collect that evidence, and then the detective unit collected anything we weren't actually processing for fingerprints or DNA. And then another person from the forensic scientists unit, also in the crime lab, they collected anything that they would be testing for DNA specifically, and only that.
Okay. And so these items here, were they tested for fingerprints?
They were collected by my lab and sent to the Boston lab because it was their, basically their area that the incident occurred. So they took that evidence and they fingerprinted it.
Now, but you were able to enter these into the LIMS system, correct?
I entered anything that I collected, documented it, collected it, tagged it, and put it in the LIMS system.
All right. I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ma'am, do you happen to have gloves with you? I see a box.
I do.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Okay.
For the record, I'm bringing you some paper just in case you need it.
Sorry.
Do you recognize this object?
Yes.
What is it?
It's one of the bags of evidence that I had collected because I can see my handwriting on it.
And what does it say on the exterior of the bag?
Tin snips by placard 8, and I itemized it 7-9. The LIMS number is 23-00596 with my initials and the date that I collected it.
Could you put some gloves on and open that bag and make sure the snips are inside?
Do you mind if I stand?
No, go right ahead.
Oh, there's that thing.
Yes.
You can place them back in the bag. Your Honor, have this marked.
I think that was used for the teeth.
You can have the tin snips with the bag marked as the next exhibit.
All right, no objection. The snips in the bag are now in evidence as Exhibit 171. Is that correct?
So they opened it so she could verify what was in the bag was what she put in the bag.
Mm.
Even though it was taped and she had her initials and information over it. Was that a pliers? That was a big one.
It looked like it.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Ma'am, do you recognize that bag?
I do.
What is that?
It's a brown paper bag, item 7-10, which I itemized in LIMS, and it's a hacksaw, and it was by placard 8 as well.
Could you open that bag and make sure the hacksaw is inside? If it is, would you please do so?
It is.
Without trying to make any change with mask, but thank you.
He wants her to take it out so the jury can see it.
Thank you. Could you return it back?
He could have made her take it all the way out.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the hacksaw and the bag marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
No objection. It's marked and admitted into evidence as Exhibit 172, the hacksaw.
This is really gruesome, imagining what he was using the pliers for.
Oh,
Just awful.
we've heard about the
Okay, Coach
broken
Rob?
teeth.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recognize that bag?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
This is a brown paper bag with a hammer, item 7-11.
And if you could keep your voice up.
Yes, I apologize.
No, that's okay. I have you getting up and doing all that stuff, so that's my fault. Could you open the bag and make sure the hammer's inside?
And hold it up so the jury can see it.
Mm.
Let me help.
Prosecutor's a fast talker, and so is she.
He can peek in and verify, but he wants the jury to actually see the thing.
Yeah.
That's the hammer you saw that night. The Commonwealth would seek to have the hammer in the bag marked as the next exhibit.
Hearing no objection. It's in evidence now as 173.
Mm. Hammer, pliers, hacksaw, conviction. That is a mathematical equation right there.
What did he think? How did he think he was going to get away with this, buying all this stuff?
I don't know. I mean, I have
Searching for it and then going and buying it.
The craziest thing is that photo from Home Depot. He's wearing latex gloves
Mhm.
while he's shopping. I've never
Uh-huh.
seen that except for maybe the pandemic.
And he's got the mask on.
Yes, sir.
Could you open it and could you tell us first what is it?
It's a bag with packing tape, item 7-12.
Could you open it and look inside and confirm that the pack tape is inside?
I just don't know how he thought he would be not noticeable wearing the mask and the
Is that
glove.
the pack tape that you found at the PVD at the trash site that night?
Such a contrast from the last exchange
Have this bag with the pack
between Tipton and the trooper to this. These two.
Yeah.
It is now, the packing tape is now in evidence as 174.
Someone said it's Lowe's, not Home Depot. My bad. You get the same difference.
I was thinking about the text he did on January 1. You know, he's doing the text trying to pretend that he thinks she's alive.
Mm.
And he's also running around buying things. And
Ma'am, do you see that bag?
Yes.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, it's brown paper bag with a hatchet in it, item 7-13.
Could
Oh.
you open that bag and confirm the hatchet's inside?
Ugh.
prosecutors in our way, we can't
Put
see
the
it.
hatchet back inside?
Yeah.
Could you put the hatchet back inside? That's the same hatchet that you saw that you retrieved from the trash station and PVD that night?
Yes.
Commonwealth would seek to have the bag with the hatchet marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
I'll tell you, it's a great way
Hatchet is
for
in
the
evidence as exhibit 175.
Commonwealth's going to go out on a high note here.
For the weekend, that's right.
A low high note, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. But this is the memory the jury's going to be pondering over the weekend. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
The defense, I think, will try to ask some questions to try to at least divert their attention a little. I don't know how they're going to divert their attention from a hacksaw, big pliers, a hatchet.
Ned Smith's bun is standing up on her head. This is so horrifying.
It is.
The hair on her bun is
Yes.
standing up.
Do you recognize that bag?
I do.
And what is that?
It's a bag. Actually, don't know what's in this. Craftsman shears.
Craftsman
Oh,
shears.
God.
Yes.
Could you open it and confirm the craftsman shears are inside?
Sure.
Thank you. Are those the craftsman shears you saw that night in Peabody?
They were.
He doesn't realize he's blocking our view.
I know. I don't think that's on his mind, unfortunately.
I know.
For the record, now that the shears are back in the bag, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to have the bag with the shears marked as the next exhibit.
Objection.
What's the lens number on that? Is it 714?
714.
All right, the shears 714 are in evidence as 176.
May I approach one more time, Your Honor?
You may.
Recognize that bag?
I do.
What is that?
It's a brown paper bag with a measuring cup in it, item 7-15.
And could you open that bag and look inside? Is that the measuring cup you saw that night in Peabody?
Yes.
Commonwealth would seek to have the bag with the cup now back inside as the next exhibit.
Objection.
Number 715.
715, the measuring cup is now in evidence as 177.
I cannot imagine doing that to a human body.
Yeah.
So I take it you took these items back to the lab and entered them into the LIMS system.
I did, sir.
And you didn't do any further work on these items once they were in the LIMS, once they were entered into the crime lab evidence system.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes?
You know, there was that episode in The Sopranos where they dismember the body of one of the people. He was married to Tony Soprano's sister, and they're in the bathtub and there's all this blood.
There was some dark powder.
I don't remember the specific
Have you ever
scene,
seen
but
that?
That wasn't like that when I packaged it in the beginning.
And now, in your training experience of working in the crime lab, do you recognize that type of substance?
Seems to be black fingerprint powder.
And one of the reasons you took it to the crime lab was to be fingerprinted?
Correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
I love how this prosecutor has no excess. It's just like right to the point.
Yeah.
I have no question.
All right, witness may step down. Thank you very much.
What are you going to do? Say, I don't know.
I have no question. I mean, it was the tone of that.
Yeah.
14 minutes left.
Off me calls. Next witness.
Call
We're going right on.
Yeah.
I thought that Judge Everett was going to be my favorite judge. I like her better. Nothing isn't
excellent.
very good, but boy, she really is great.
She's really good.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in the cause now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. Richard Atkinson, Atkinson.
And where do you work, sir?
I work at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Boston.
What is the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
It's where the medical examiners in Massachusetts work.
And what does a medical examiner do?
A medical examiner is a doctor who's in charge of examining the bodies of people who are deceased to determine their cause and manner of death.
And how long have you been with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
I've been there 11 and a half years.
And could you tell us your educational background?
Sure. I have a 4-year bachelor degree from Stony Brook University in New York. I then did a 4-year MD at Columbia University College of Physicians and Surgeons. I then did a 3-year anatomic pathology residency at New York Presbyterian Hospital and Stony Brook Hospital. And then I did a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the office where I currently work.
And so I take it that worked into you starting your career at the OCME.
Yes.
Now, do you know what it means to be board certified?
Yes.
What does it mean to be board certified?
To be board certified in a specialty in medicine, you usually have to finish the residency in that specialty and complete a certain number of cases or see a certain number of patients and then take a test.
And are you certified in any areas of medicine?
Yes.
Which ones?
I'm certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
And can you tell us what is forensic pathology?
Sure. Forensic pathology is the branch of medicine that's involved in determining the cause of death and manner of death of people who die of not obviously natural causes.
And what is anatomic pathology?
Anatomic pathology is a bigger umbrella term that refers to diagnosing disease by looking at tissue or blood samples, that kind of thing.
Now, can you tell us, sir, what happens to a human body within the first hour of death?
Several things can happen. Usually there is rigor mortis within a couple of hours. It can, however, almost immediately occur after a person's death. That's just when the muscles tighten up in the position that the person died in. There's also something called lividity or livor mortis. That's when all the blood in the body, once the heart stops beating, settles down to the lowest point. So if you're lying on your back, it will settle to your back and give you a pink discoloration of your back, and also a white discoloration of your front.
Now, sir, what is an autopsy?
An autopsy is just an examination of the body of someone who has died, including looking at the external surface of the body and also cutting into the body and examining the organs.
How many autopsies have you performed?
I've performed just over 1,500 full autopsies, about 2,700 additional examinations that weren't full autopsies, and I've supervised 300 additional full autopsies.
How long does an autopsy take?
It depends. An autopsy can take less than an hour if it's simple. It can take all day if it's a difficult case.
And how, you said the external and internal, how do you begin the external examination of a body during an autopsy?
We examine the clothing in some cases. Then we examine the external surface of the body by taking photographs, by drawing our findings on a body diagram, and just looking for signs of injuries or disease that might have led to the person's death.
And what consists of the internal portion of an autopsy?
The internal portion is removing the organs, also looking for signs of disease or injury, and sometimes removing items like bullets that may have killed someone.
And when doing an autopsy, I neglected to ask this, but I imagine there is a facility at OCME that you do this in.
Yes.
And can you just tell us, like, what do you have as far as tables to work on for patients?
The table that the decedent lies on?
Yes.
It's a metal table with raised edges.
And what do you wear when you perform an autopsy?
I wear a lot of protective equipment, a full Tyvek suit, extra sleeves, and an apron over that, a mask and face shield, and 3 pairs of gloves.
And when you do an autopsy, what attempts do you make to get access to a decedent's medical records?
We make every attempt we can to access their medical records. In Massachusetts, the law is that we're entitled to them in Massachusetts. So,
and when performing an autopsy, what samples do you take from the body during an autopsy for further analysis?
We take fluids and sometimes tissue for toxicology testing. We also take it sometimes for DNA testing, for looking at under the microscope, various different things.
And can you tell us what histology is?
Yes.
What is histology?
Histology is the study of tissue by looking at it under the microscope.
And how many times have you ever testified in a court before giving your a medical opinion?
Yes.
Now, on January 10th, 2023, did you have the opportunity to seize items taken from a trash facility in Peabody?
Yes.
Where did you do that?
At the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Boston.
Why were you examining items why were you examining items at the OCME?
Normally, we're not involved in examining items, just bodies of people. In this case, the objective was to determine whether there was any human tissue on these items.
That's why he's there.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
May.
Thank you.
Imagine this is your career. He spends all day with dead people and cutting them up. What
There are other jobs, proctologist, for example.
Yeah. Urologist, proctologist.
There you go.
Yeah. This guy has a very interesting demeanor.
Yeah.
he's kind of exactly what I would expect from guy doing
May.
autopsies all day.
It seemed
Doctor,
to
you
have been
recognize
focused.
this image?
Yes.
And what is this an image of?
This is an image of several pieces of blue and white carpet that I examined.
Commonwealth would seek to have this image marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
I see that.
Yes, I apologize, Your Honor. Yes.
Imagine having this job, this guy's Richard Atkinson's job, and then you're like, oh, it's time to
For the
go to
record,
lunch.
what's the JPEG number of 178 that's now in evidence?
It's PC 110181.
All right. The photo of the rug with that JPEG number is now in evidence as 178.
You're Richard Atkinson.
Honor,
You work all morning, and then you go to Jersey
May.
Mike.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He had 3 pairs of clothes on.
110181.
Although I don't know how he can manipulate things with 3 pairs of gloves.
Doctor, can you see that?
Yes.
So, Doctor, can you tell us what are we looking at here in this image?
There were 7, though I think some of them are not in the image, 7 pieces of rolled up blue and white carpet with some stains on them, and the pieces of debris that you can see just above the ruler were also present on some of the pieces of carpet.
And who places the ruler there?
I do.
Ron, may I approach?
You may.
Do you recognize this image, sir?
Yes.
Is that one of the pieces of carpet that you had the opportunity to examine?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to enter into evidence PC 110195, image of carpet.
Any objection?
No.
That 110195 is now in evidence as 179, photo also of rug.
What the hell is Brian Walsh taking notes about right now? I'd like to know.
And may the Commonwealth publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Gilman, do we have 110195? So, Doctor, is this one of the carpets that you had the opportunity to see that night or see that day when you were at OCME?
Yes.
And that ruler, did you place that there as well?
Yes.
And Doctor, do you have an idea of what the aggregate measurement of the carpets were together?
No, I don't think I recorded that.
Yes?
Welcome to That's My Black Opinion.
Doctor, do you recognize this image?
Yes.
Is this another one of the pieces of carpet you had the opportunity to examine that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to enter in PC 110198, second image of carpet.
No objection.
The photo of the rug 110198 is now in evidence as exhibit 180. Is that a good place to stop for today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll see counsel at the side of the bench.
Stopped right at 1.
Yeah, she doesn't mess around, Diane. Judge Diane Fournier, her honor, does not mess around with time. It is, well, it's 12:59. She stopped a minute early, but
Yeah.
all right. So we, a moment ago, most of the morning, we heard from Connor Keefe, who's a Mass State Trooper, talking about all the text messages. Then, just a short time ago, we heard from retired Trooper Heather Sullivan, who was going through all the evidence bags, pulling out hatchets, pliers, other assorted items used to basically cut a body up. And then top off the day, or cap off the day, with Dr. Richard Atkinson with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. I mean, Joe, they're definitely these jurors are definitely going home. They've already forgotten, I think, about the trooper, and no, that's no insult to him. This stuff is very jolting.
Yeah.
Look at him; he's rubbing his forehead here. Some people are saying that hand posture is sort of a self-soothing thing, which he probably needs right now for himself. But pretty powerful stuff to end the
Yeah.
first week of the trial on, right?
I agree.
Yeah.
What an image to have to spend the weekend thinking about if you're on the jury.
By the way, I was joking, just so everyone knows, with the
Mm.
Richard Atkinson. I mean, this guy is performing. He does unbelievably important work. I just can't imagine, you
Mhm.
know, sitting there and cutting into human bodies.
Can you
and
imagine looking at all this and then going home and not being able to talk to anybody about it?
that's also, yeah. I mean, it's
Ah.
crazy. I mean, I would think you would have like PTSD from this kind of job. I mean, how do you, I mean, he does have a personality. I mean, I don't know him other than the stand, but he seems
Mhm.
very, very, just
Yeah.
how do I
But I
put
was
it?
talking about the jury. They've
Oh,
heard this,
oh,
they've
oh,
looked at
yeah.
this, now they're gonna go home, and they're not able
Yeah.
to talk to anybody about it.
Hmm. Yeah.
So it's kind of bottled up. You know, on the one hand, I think you'd want to just share, but on the other, it's just you have it in your head and you have no way to release it.
It is a weird, you know, these jurors are so, when you talk to jurors, you realize how heavy these decisions weigh on them. And now they're going home with this. I mean, they've got to look at these autopsy photos. And you know,
Well,
these,
there aren't any autopsy
well,
photos.
not
There's no
right, correct,
body.
not here. What I,
I
the
always
images and the things that
like
they hear
to
stick with them
check
for a
on
lifetime,
at the
right?
end of every day, but particularly at the end of the week, to take stock of sort of where we are right now in the case and to give you my best estimate. And it's only that, it's the best estimate. But the case has been moving in quite efficiently. I think when I unpaneled you, I told you that we expected 3.5 to 4.5 weeks of evidence. I don't think it's going to go that long. My best estimate at this point is that the evidence in this case will be concluded within a total time frame of 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
1 week in the bank, so to speak. I don't think the evidence will go any further than 2 additional weeks.
It's not going that long.
Try to
I don't
keep you
think
with
so either.
eyes because, as I've said to you, I'm ever mindful of the sacrifice to your personal lives that you can make. That's my best estimate right now. And as we go through those next 2 weeks, I'll give you further updates. All right. So jurors, I hope you all, I appreciate the work you've done this week. I hope you all get some rest this weekend. And while you're getting that rest, you must not do the following things. Do not speak to anyone about this case.
Here it is.
Do not go on any social media or any news media of any sort. Don't do any research of any kind about this case. Continue to have open minds as you listen to the evidence in this case. Again, I appreciate all you're doing. Have a really nice weekend.
All right,
You didn't ask her the 4 questions.
Those notebooks, follow me.
Nice weekend. You too.
That's a problem. He's the one that looks the least bothered by any of this. He's just hoping somehow he gets off.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to hear what else she has to say. But Joe, the question.
Thank you. Nice to counsel the side.
Other sidebar. One of the comments that keeps coming up now, Joe, after seeing the evidence, is the comments are there's no way he's going to take the stand, but I think he
He
still
has
might.
to take the stand.
Yeah.
He has to.
Explain.
He can't get the only person who can testify as to what he saw, which the defense opened with, is Brian Walshe. There's no other way the evidence can get in that his claim is that he found her dead in the bed. There's no other witness that can do it. And what the defense lawyer says is not evidence. The defense lawyer can only, in opening, summarize the evidence they're going to hear. And to summarize the evidence, they have to hear from Brian Walshe.
You're hearing this from Professor Emerita Joe Patuto, so looks like we're going to hear from him.
I just can't. There's no other way, and I don't know what would happen. The defense lawyer is not supposed to talk about something in opening that he doesn't have a good faith belief will be in the evidence. So if Brian Walshe doesn't testify, the defense lawyer is in some difficulty, and then the issue will be what the judge tells the jury about it, because Walshe has a Fifth Amendment privilege not to take the stand. So it'll get, if it happens, I think it will be fairly complicated, but he has to take the stand. Otherwise, he has no defense that he's given the jury.
Yeah. Some of these comments, I love our community. I love it more than you guys know. When I worked at a bar, one of our regulars was the coroner. They talk about it. They have to, and they drink. I bet this guy, Richard Atkinson, is actually kind of funny, I bet, if you get to know him, with like a dry sense of humor. This is the medical examiner.
I don't see him that way.
No. Maybe not. I mean, I'm still, these are the things that like really intrigue me. Just having this as your career. I mean, think of how many days you get up and you go to work in your life. You know, you go to bed, you get up, you go to work, I really cheered up I have a niece who just became a nurse. She's like 24 years old. And I was like, her name's Raquel, but I call her Rocky. I'm like, Rocky, how do you like go to bed, waking up, going to work, going to bed, going to work, going to bed, going to work? And she's like, I love it. I was like, look, you only have 40 more years of that. She didn't love that. But the point is, that's what this guy's been doing and you just go. I mean, and it is obviously a science, and it's obviously incredibly important. But how do you just have to have a certain personality.
Yeah.
I know a lot of you would find this hard to believe. I don't think I could do that for a living.
I thought it was interesting that this was a career choice really early on, from the way you heard his educational background. But he's probably, I mean, somebody who does this obviously has an interest in medicine, probably thinks he's not going to have any kind of rapport to do anything that involves patient contact. And I think watching him, that was a good assessment on his part. And then he probably has the kind of brain, kind of a detective brain. Let's investigate, let's find things out. And if you've got that combination, you're interested in medicine and you're also interested in solving puzzles and finding answers to things, a medical examiner is a pretty good place to be. I suppose an internist might be another, but this one is really one where you're combining those two interest sets.
I can tell you, since my father was one, the other type of doctor that should probably have no contact with humans are psychiatrists. And my dad did that. So many of the people, so many of his friends and people that I met over the years, I'm like, these are the psychiatrists are some weird people, man. There's some really weird people, and they're advising people on their lives. So it's probably one of the biggest scams going. They just sit there and go, tell me more.
Oh, your father must have loved your assessment of his profession.
At the end, my dad took it very seriously for a very long time.
Yeah.
At the end, he said, I sell hot air for a living. So came to terms with it. No, he helped a lot of people, but
of course,
and he was funny, but he wasn't like the most overly social human being in the world, but probably more social than Richard Atkinson.
Yeah, I really do think some people try to fit the career choices into a complete misapprehension of where their skills are and where their skills are not. And I do think within medicine, he found the right place.
I feel like the COE, now we're off track here, but the COE and CARM should have been criminal defense attorneys. They would have been good. They would have been very good. They're I don't know, they're quick on their feet and they're convincing. So maybe CARM missed an opportunity.
Well, she still has time.
Yeah, instead she's wasting her time at would you go to Art Basel if you were here, Joe Patuto? I mean, I feel like you'd be like
I don't like modern art very much, but I do like going to see art. I saw Art in New York, which is, that's the play about somebody who buys I think it's a $300,000 painting, and all it is a white canvas.
I think
And if somebody's in New York, it's a very funny play, and the people who are in it are really good. But
what's it called? It's called Art.
Art, A-R-T, Art.
Off the bench and sing to the defense.
No, you're.
Everyone have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
It's really a very, very funny play, but it's
I think Dawn has asked me about this before. I apologize. My thoughts about the blood and tissue on his slippers they laid out and hers on a robe, definitely not just to push off the bed. I mean, 100%. But, this is where, Joe, help me here. This is where the issue with him pleading to the concealment of the body.
Well, from his side, she's dead, and the blood is when he decides that the rational solution is to cut her up. Doesn't have to come from the killing.
Right. That's the whole point. I don't even know how to describe. I guess it was a weirdly smart move. How would you characterize it? The fact that
I would
led
say
to the lesser charge. I don't know if smart's the right
Yeah,
word.
no, I would say given the evidence and given the fact that the Commonwealth was not going to let him plead to anything, it was going to be murder one, and they were going forward with it. That there were two options he had. Of the two, I think he picked the wrong one.
Yeah.
But at least it's something he can do as the defense. I think his better option would have been to say, we had a fight in the bedroom. I got really angry and I didn't mean to kill her, and I did. Because that's a more understandable explanation than we were in love, we were getting along, we're buying property together, we had money, no divorce in sight. I find her in bed and she's dead. And my idea is they're going to come after me when there's no reason to even believe that there's absolutely nothing to suggest it was anything other than a natural death from his point of view. So that explanation is just, I've said before, it's crazy.
Yeah. No live show with Carm. She'll be back next week, although she'll try to have another excuse next week. But this week she's got a friend in town, and they're off to the what are the odds Carm is, what does it say here? Smoking the devil's. I pray that's happening, actually. The devil's lettuce at Art Basel. Carm is with Charlotte, and I can't reveal Charlotte's last name. Suffice it to say that she and Charlotte are stirring up. Charlotte's actually a very cool woman. The two of them are at the Art Basel Art Festival in Miami, where anyone, the who's who of who's who, including Carm, are at Art Basel, which is why
So
I'm
you're not
there.
a who's who?
No, but every other dumb celebrity and my mother and Charlotte are there. So there's no live show. However, I was here very late last night. We did a bit of a deep dive on James Patterson, the author who's probably sold 100. Let's see how many books do you think he's sold, Joe?
I'm guessing 30.
How many books has James Patterson sold? Guessing it's like.
James Patterson has sold over 425 million books worldwide.
Oh, that's just the number of copies.
Do you know how much he sold? 420. That's more people that live in America.
How many books has he written?
Oh, written. I don't know, but let's say he's getting paid $5 a book, and he's getting paid more than that. Just do some math there. But anyway, I digress. The point of it is he just wrote a book, Joe Patuto, and I don't have the official title in front of me, but he is claiming that Marilyn Monroe was murdered and did not die.
There have been a lot of theorists that have said the same thing for many, many years.
Yeah.
I mean, she was found dead, but they didn't call law enforcement right away, and there was a lot of people in.
some
So
staging.
that's not a news. He may
It's
have
not
a different
new.
view,
Yeah,
but
he's
it's
well,
not a
he's got
new.
yeah, he's got some new people that he spoke to. But anyway, this book is creating a firestorm in the media, and I did a bit of a deep dive. So instead of Carm today, you get Marilyn Monroe. It's not up yet, but it'll be under the video tab. There's also a little bit of news going on with the sheriff who shot the judge.
Oh, what's the new news there?
I don't fully know, to be honest, but I just know that there is new news. But we're going to get some of that.
That seems like
put
a
together.
really corrupt
Yes.
courthouse.
Yeah, it's a corrupt part of the state in Appalachia there in Kentucky. So putting some stuff next week's on that together. Wow, he's published over 285 books. Do you imagine writing? Look at this. Is this right? How can anyone write 285 books? I'd rather be the coroner for Richard Atkinson than write 285 books. Here it says he's written more than 60 books.
Coroner doesn't make as much money as he's making.
I mean, he's literally a billionaire from being an author, I bet.
But if you're going to be a billionaire, whether it's he or it's the writer of the Harry Potter books, at least you're doing it from your own creativity. And I think if you're using your own creativity and skill and your work ethic, then you make that much more power to you. The people who inherit it or they get it because they do these frivolous kinds of jobs. And here I'm being pejorative, so I'll stop.
No, it's good. No, please go. I was really enjoying this.
It's bad to be pejorative, so I'm going to stop.
Wow, the COE thinks it's like not a big deal since he wrote some of these with co-authors. It's 285 books. It's
and he may have had a standard plot, and all he really did was change the names and change a couple of things in some of the books anyway.
I'm sort of fixated on this too, Joe. You're kind of like I could substitute you in for Carm. I asked Carm this on one of our Friday shows. If Elon Musk becomes the first $1 trillion man, which is he's on track to do, you think that's enough money for one person, Joe? $1 trillion?
That's got to be a question. That's a question that has only one answer to it, right?
That's not generational wealth. Like literally, I mean, a trillionaire.
You get it. Yeah.
Could like support the entire country and then some. It's
we should. It would help out the debt.
It's weird because when I was growing up, and I will speak for myself, I feel like if you met someone that was very wealthy, they had to be a certain age. Like they had to invest, they had to build a business. And today, I don't know, you can be 22 years old and be worth tens and tens and tens and hundreds of millions of dollars. It's
so at Shelley Malone has something up about if he folded her up in a rug and disposed her, then he has a good defense as she was dressed. It interests me because apparently there was blood found on those clothes. Now it could have been just transferred from something else. Maybe there was blood on the rug. But if it was really on those clothes, then you have to wonder what was going on in the house because she certainly wasn't, getting dressed and going to bed.
I don't think, by the way, I mean, to use Ned Smith's phrase, the judge over promises and under promises over one of those. Anyway, it's not going to go 2 more weeks is what I'm saying. I'm too tired. I can't even think right now. I don't think this is going to go 2 weeks. I mean, who else are we getting next week from the
I wish I had the witness list and I don't. And we don't know what the lawyers are telling her about the number of witnesses they still have to put on. I still think there's another forensic expert on the Commonwealth side. If the nanny is testifying, think who else might be on the Commonwealth side? Oh, I think the person who was at dinner with them on New Year's Eve will be testifying. There may be somebody else who will be able to testify to the state of the relationship between them.
Primetime KCL. The friend says, Brian, thank God for Primetime KCL. The friend says Brian grew up well behaved but entitled. That's not surprising. Brian was not like other young people. He was always dressed in Armani and penny loafers when he was like 13. I never saw him in dungarees. That's part 1 of 2. Yeah. I mean, the dad was a neurosurgeon, and look, they're incredibly wealthy until you move to Miami, where they're like, a neurosurgeon's like, I don't know what they are here. They're like blue collar in Miami. So it's all relative. But yeah, he grew up in a life of privilege, and he's probably a spoiled brat gone wrong. So, but we're gonna get this. We're gonna get the babysitter and some other things. I have a feeling that this is going to move along much.
I just don't want him to testify on Wednesday, because my conflict that I couldn't change, that I thought was this past Wednesday, is next Wednesday, and I don't want to miss his testimony.
Well, we're gonna. I don't know. We'll say a prayer for you that it doesn't happen that day. But Joe Patuto, you're gonna do a wrap on your channel. Prof Joe Explains at 2. So that is 39 minutes from now.
Oh boy.
And again, we've heard this, but the father did disown him in 2009 for stealing almost $1 million for him. The dad was like, get out of here. And soon the jurors are going to be saying, get out of here.
But the mother still dotes on him.
How do the people, Miami's, so I've lived in New York, LA. I've lived in New York, LA, Miami, and DC. And without question, I don't want to harp on this, but the question's being asked of me. How do people in Miami get their wealth? People who are wealthy just have homes here, I think. And now all the finance people have made it their home because there's tax implications. So they all just come here. And then you've got a lot of like money from South America and overseas. And it's just insane. I've just never seen anything like it. So it's crazy. And it's definitely not healthy. I might have to move to Wyoming soon. So we'll see.
I don't think you'll work out in Wyoming.
Too cold for me, I think.
Well, I wasn't thinking about just that, but yeah, it's too cold for you.
Not much of a hunter. I know that's
there you go.
You think Richard Atkinson, from the Office of the Medical Examiner, you think he goes hunting, Joe?
No.
No?
No.
What do you think he does for fun? Does he read like Chaucer? What does he do for fun?
I think he does read, but I bet he reads medical journals and those sorts of. I don't see him as reading fiction.
Does anyone have any final questions for the professor?
Or for Joel.
Or for me. I will see what happens here at the bottom of this chat. Soon we're gonna regress into really weird things.
Not me. I never regress into weird. I'm above that.
I'm taking the COE. We were running around, but literally a year ago, I got tickets. We saw her once in Los Angeles. She is so funny, a comedian. Her name is Whitney Cummings. Taking the COE to see her tonight.
Have fun.
I just remember I couldn't breathe. She was so funny. So, of course, tonight she'll probably not be funny at all. Ned Smith, I'm glad you asked. Look at this. And then the questions are coming in, all the important questions. How's Fred? Number one, Carm always says, I feel so bad for Ethel, because Ethel is the one that truly loves me for me, not for food. Fred gets the attention because he's funny looking. Fred is back to the vet for the 3rd time in 3 weeks. Nothing's wrong with him. He's just had to have a series of inoculations, and for some reason, and I don't know why, because he's turning 2 on December. He turns 2 on Pearl Harbor Day, which is in 2 days. But he's getting his rabies shot. So that is happening today, and I hope he is totally fine, which he will be, but I hope it makes him a little more mellow. Is Fred out of the shoe? Yeah, Fred is. Well, if I'm home, Fred is out of the shoe. If the COE is home, Fred is locked up, like Brian Walshe. Fred's got pink handcuffs. The COE is trying to emasculate him. and everyone yells at me because he's still marking spots. When my kids and my wife get home, this is probably more information than anyone needs, but they open their suitcases and they leave them in our foyer area, and they stay there for about a week and a half. So Fred decided he was going to mark them as his own possessions, and that actually brought me joy when I noticed it. And I told the COE, who then chased Fred around the house. Fred does not care. He is I don't know, he is stoic in that way. He doesn't get affected by the COE in any way. But now I have started to come down on him for the marking. I'm going to get hate mail. Why isn't he neutered? The vet told me, by the way, this guy wants us to talk about this case. How dare he? I will in 1 second. So the vet told me, do not neuter him. The new research shows it's better for a male dog to not be neutered, that the cancer implications and all those things are worse if you do neuter him. So she said, don't neuter him. I said, what do I do about the marking? She said, you're screwed. So now what I do is I scream at him. And now when he sees me take out my Lysol wipe, he runs in the other direction. So I'm making some headway. Can you give a quick recap of this case? Yes. Anna Walshe is married to a guy named Brian Walshe. It is New Year's Eve, December 31st, 2022, going into 23. And they have company over. One person, Anna Walshe, goes missing. No one hears from her. On the eve of this trial, Brian Walshe pleads to lesser charges, saying that he basically didn't help, that he concealed her body, that he essentially dismembered her, and it was all because he panicked because she died of quote unquote of natural causes, sudden death in the bed. And after poking her the third time, she fell off the side of the bed, and that's why we are here right now. She had an affair with a gentleman named Will Fasto, who took the stand and said that they had been in an intimate relationship, and that Brian Walshe reached out to this guy just to see where Anna was. She's never been found. Her body's never been found. But he now says under sworn testimony, and has pled to this, that he did remove the body, and parts of her were basically or garbage bags with the evidence were dumped around in different dumpsters around town. Professor Joe will explain better than me. That should be the title. Prof. Joe explains better than me. And that's going to be at 2 p.m. Eastern time. Joe, any final thoughts before we say goodbye once again?
No, I think at least from my perspective, I said it all.
Awesome. And are you going to be back? No pressure, but are you going to be back Monday morning here?
If you want me, yeah.
Yeah, I would love you. Yeah, I would love that.
The only day I can't do is Wednesday.
All right.
And he better not testify on Wednesday, because I will really be very unhappy. And I think the world should try not to make me unhappy. I think I deserve that.
I think he's going to testify Thursday or Friday. I think.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to reassure you, so you're good. I hope my mother's having fun at Art Basel. And that's a wrap. I've completely run out of things. I did another Luigi Mangione video that literally no one seems to care about, because it's got the lowest views we've had in I don't know how long. But Marilyn Monroe, kind of interesting. What do you guys think? Was she murdered? She died of a drug overdose? Who knows? But maybe one day they'll find out. Joe, thank you. Thank you, STS Nation. Have a great weekend. Be kind to people. Don't kill anyone. That's my advice. Love you all. See you then.